let's go live.
That's the start of this live, us singing. To be fair, I should make that into a parody. You could just sing that.
Let's go live. Let's go live. I'm gonna do that every time I go live now.
We should do. We should do. I'm trying to repost and all sorts of random things.
Put the timer on the
Yeah, let's record it. Gosh, why not? This is
Make
no
us
longer
famous.
This is the planning video of how to get Lisa live with her parody of Let's Get Loud.
Oh,
Woo!
did you know that we're live?
I did not know that we were live. Are we live?
We're live, yeah. Yeah. Time to get some reading done.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello there, McTavish. I have to say it like that in my head. It's like an Irish accent. McTavish. Tufty McTavish.
It's a pretty solid accent, to be honest. I hope it's not
I
raining
am
where
so
you
sorry
are.
if you're not Irish.
This is true. This is
I am
true.
sorry if that accent offends anybody who is Irish.
Oh, it's pretty solid.
I'm just a weird person who likes to do accents, and I apologise for any offence that I
if
make.
anyone has seen our lives before, we are awfully chaotic.
Awfully chaotic.
Anything else? Hello. I think I'm ready for my first ever reading sprints on this channel. I've taken part in them before. I think, have I done one with you before?
I don't know. I feel like it's just can't believe I've known you for so long, and we've never actually met in person yet.
I know, it's because I don't really go to like Yalk and stuff.
True.
I think I wanted to go to the Fantasy Con that happened in September here, because I live near Birmingham, but unfortunately they sent me away with work, and I feel like they're going to do it again next year.
Just book it as annual leave.
Yeah.
Like, sorry, I can't come.
Sorry, you can't go. Oh yes, I agree with this. You're very sparkly today.
Yes, I'm making it an effort for some of my Bookmas videos, and just I was like, well, I need to get a shower and stuff today anyway, so that might as well put a sparkly top on. Because if anyone's watched my Vlogmas videos before, you'll notice that I tend to have a theme of wearing like green and red makeup, but recently I've just not had the energy to do a lot of makeup, and I think I mentioned this in my weekly vlog, but it's like I know that you can do like quick, simple, easy makeup like looks, but for me, if I'm gonna do a makeup look, I need to do one that's my style, and my style usually takes like 35 to 40 minutes to do like a proper nice eye look that I think is like to the type of standard that I expect from myself. But obviously that's because I'm very self-critical and I'm a qualified makeup artist. I'm just like, if I'm gonna do a makeup look, it's gonna be right. Do you know what I mean? Like it's gonna be. So I could just, I can't not put all my effort into it when I'm doing it. I'm an all or nothing kind of person.
That's fine. It's
Okay.
completely fine. Well, that's like, if you look back on my first ever videos that I posted, like my first ever sit down videos, it was during COVID. So every day when I would film, I would get up, I would put on makeup and I would film. And I don't do that no more because I don't even wear makeup to work anymore. I just don't.
I can't remember the last time I filmed with makeup on. It probably was it Halloween this? No, I didn't even do it on the Halloween videos this year.
Was it Marvelathon?
Oh, the Marvelathon, yeah. Marvelathon announcement. Fucking hell, that was ages ago.
I mean, you'll see me in vlogs. If I'm vlogging and I'm away with work, you will see me in makeup because I wear makeup on site to first days of shows, which I think really confuses my clients because they see me for like a week like this and then I turn up. Like the last show I did, I turned up in heels. I think they were like, who the heck is this? I was like, no, I don't do this every day. I've got a prior engagement to go straight to after this. So just been joined by the guest cat. We do love a guest cat. Jack keeps trying to convince me to get a cat, and the answer is still no.
Get a cat.
No, because we're never here.
Take it with you.
Can't really. Sorry, guys. I'm flying on a plane. Here is my emotional support cat.
Yeah. My emotional support animal.
I don't know if they will.
Tori.
Hello.
Hello.
Do you ever rewatch your oldest episodes? No.
No.
Because
No.
it's not pleasant.
I barely like watching back my videos in order to edit them, which is why I have so much like respect for people like Becca from Becca the Books who goes back and also then proofs her
Oh, yeah,
videos after she edits it. I can barely get through one edit, let alone editing it, then proofing it. I will never go back and watch any of my videos unless,
Mm.
like last year, I forgot to write down some of my 12 books, 12 prompts. So I had to go back and like watch them, but it wasn't me talking, it was my friends. So that didn't
Yeah.
really count. That didn't really matter.
No, like I go back and watch videos when I'm like, what did I put on that list? Because I used to do a lot of list videos. Like, what was I
Yeah.
meant to be reading that I haven't even touched and it's still sat on my shelf, or it's in my unhaul box because
Yeah.
I can't even take them to the charity shop. They're just in a box under the desk.
Yeah.
What are you reading today? What are you reading today? Do you know?
One of the 7 Sphinx books that I need to read. Look,
What not?
okay. If I am not the woman of last minute fucking things, I don't know what it is.
I
So
am right there with you. I think I've got 6.
um out of my 9 novellas that I needed to read, I've read Manticore Park, I've read
Mm-hmm.
Death Rider, and I'm partway through In the Lab of Love. But I think I'm just gonna, switch it up a bit and read Dust and Lightning, which
Oh, I
has
quite
a
enjoyed that one.
really, really cool cover.
I did actually enjoy that one. It went on for a little bit longer than I thought it would. But I did enjoy it. I like the concept. So it'd be interesting to see what you think. I still have to read Death Rider. That's still on my list of ones to read. I have a stack of books next to me, of which that I'm currently reading because who doesn't?
I love
mean,
how I'm like, oh, I've got a lot on the go, and then I'm like, oh no, but I know Chelsea has like 20 reads that she started, so it's fine. I don't feel as bad.
yeah, pretty much. If anyone ever's like, oh my gosh, I just haven't finished anything for a while, look at my Goodreads. It'll probably make you feel better. I still read though, that's the thing, but just not enough. So I need to finish, I think it's, what is it? Say Solace of Memory, maybe one of my novellas that I've started. Not really my cup of tea at the minute, but it's Becoming Solo. Sorry. So
Oh.
I'm about, I think I'm about halfway through it, but it doesn't have page numbers, so it's a bit iffy if I am actually halfway through it. So I've got that.
Also, though, if you remember, though, Nathan did say, if it's not your vibe, and you know it's not going to go through, you don't have to finish it.
But I still want to know how it ends. Like I
Ah.
agree with that in like Spiffbo terms, where they're like 400-page books, but because these are so short and they're like 150 pages, like I just want to know how it ends. Like it's just heated up a little bit, but it's a bit too fluffy for me, if I'm honest.
Oh, okay, okay, I get it.
Just that. Oh, someone else saying hi. I could not edit videos here. My own voice is horrific. Honestly, you should see me now filming not filming, but doing my voiceovers for my real short things that I'm trying to do every day for Vlogmas. I do like the first take perfectly until the end, manage to screw it up, and then it takes me about 50 more attempts to do what I did perfectly the first time, apart from the end. And then I just have to listen to myself constantly while staring at random things that I've filmed throughout the day. I sometimes think to try a few original episodes by a booktuber whom I watch regularly. I mean,
if you go back and watch any of my original ones, they're all like makeup tutorials and beauty
I think
unboxings
I've
and
actually watched
nothing,
one of your, like,
nothing book related at all.
I think I've watched one of your like unboxings for one of the makeup boxes you used to get.
I was just like, I started off doing beauty, and yeah, that was like the time where like I would spend 2 hours doing like a full tutorial on how to do a look. hated the way that it looked or I sounded, and I would just scrap the whole video. So then I just stopped filming
I
because
couldn't be a lifestyle beauty vlogger, honestly. No bloody go.
oh,
Could not do it. I don't have
stress.
the patience, anyways. This is my first time on your sprints. Yeah, it's the first time on my sprints too. What will be the format? I don't know. How long do we want to actually sprint for? I know you've got some stuff to do, so how long would you?
I mean, I'm happy to do 45.
Yeah.
Because my filming, I say that my filming shouldn't take that long. I've got like in my head the short videos, but you all
Yeah.
know that I can waffle, so.
I waffle all the time. Or I just
I love in
giggle.
your videos. You're like, okay, I'm gonna shut up and go, and then continue talking. And then I'm
Yeah.
gonna shut up and go, and right, okay, I need to go now. I'm like, okay, that's the 4th time you said that, Chels, and you're still talking.
I say that to Jack all the time as well. He does it too. It's just like, right, we need to go to work now. We need to do this. Oh, but also I saw a star that I saw a cloud that looked like the moon. Honestly, like you can just tell when I haven't spoken to anyone because that's when that happens.
Yeah.
I'm making bread today, and the dough is proving right now. So I want also watch Telebox and reading Those Who Resist by N.C. Scrimmanger. I haven't read that. I feel like I've got one of their books on Audible. Maybe Those We Left. I'm not sure.
What bread are you making? Is it just like? Is it any particular type of bread? I love watching people make bread, but the thought of making bread, I can barely cook pasta without burning it. So, because I just get so distracted. Like when I'm doing more than one thing, I get really distracted, and I just like I need to. If I'm doing that, I would need to do that. But because with bread, like you come back, you prove it, then you go away, then I'd lose track of time. It would like overprove, and it would just turn out shit.
Can it overprove?
Yeah, you can overprove bread.
I should know this. I watch Bake Off.
And you can underprove bread.
I know you can underprove it and overcook it and soggy bottoms and all this stuff. The guest cat has sat herself down and is now comfortable on my lounge floor. We love the comfy cat. I can confirm I don't wear makeup, so I'll maybe pass on those tutorials.
Yeah, I would agree to do that.
When I get work calls, I end up blathering for a while because I don't speak otherwise. This is what I do. Like my poor manager, sometimes when he calls me, you can tell that he's like, right, I'm done. I've asked you what I need to ask you, and I'm just still sat there talking. Like I just haven't spoken to anyone all day. It's not so bad when I'm in the office. It's why I don't mind how I work because I spend 2 days at home, 3 days in the office, or 3 days at home, 2 days in the office. So for 2 days, I have people around me all the time. So then when I work from home, I don't feel as though I need to talk so much. I do things on the hour, so I can figure. Okay, that's probably a smart way to do it, actually.
But yeah, I try and do that, but the same thing that happens like when I'm cleaning. I'll start cleaning and I'll start cleaning one area. Like if I've got to clean my living room and I've got to take some washing from my living room into my bedroom.
Yeah.
And then see something dirty in my bedroom and then start cleaning the bedroom. So there's partly cleaned rooms all over my flat.
I do that.
And I also then leave a destruction in my wake because then I move things from one place to another and then just leave them in piles. I don't put them away. Yeah, I'm gonna put them away. I just don't want to put them away yet, even though the wardrobe is right next to where I'm cleaning and I can literally lift them up and put them into my wardrobe. I don't. So,
yeah, I feel that.
And then people wonder why I say I've got ADHD.
No, I do that too. Which is why what works really well for me is if I set a timer. The time I do the most like sorting out is when me and you have a live stream in the evening at 7. I get home at 6 and I'm like, right, I need to put a wash on, do this, do that, do that. I get through so much in like 4 or 5 minutes because I'm running around the house going, I can't be late for Lisa. I cannot be late for Lisa. So I do all this stuff and then I come and sit up here and then once we're finished, I'm like, right, I need to go and hang out the washing. I don't want to do that anymore.
Wow, we actually do spinach hashtag.
Yeah,
the pile system is great.
The pile system is great until there's 2 of you living in the same house who have separate piles. And then you can't really walk through the house because we make it an obstacle course.
I love
So,
that. I actually like that. Make it a
yeah,
bit of a game.
it's not fun because I'm amazed more things don't end up broken in our household. If I'm honest, there's a ukulele that's been living on the floor in its little case for months, and it just gets moved around.
Oh yeah, the moving of the piles or the moving of the objects to another place that isn't its home is also
Yeah,
something that I enjoy doing on a daily
the
basis.
ukulele just doesn't have a home.
As you can see, like the crafting stuff that's just there,
Yep.
the box it goes in is literally over there. Literally 5 steps to my right.
But if
There's
you
a
put
box
a
half
box
open.
in the crafting box, that means that you then have to move from your couch to the crafting box to get the crafts when you want to craft on your couch.
True, true.
So you have
Which is why
preset
I'm not going to show you what's inside here in case she comes and watches the live, but I can show you what's inside here, which is why I have a separate Amazon box full of things I'm currently using to craft that sits right by my sofa.
It seems like
Um,
a positive thing to do.
yeah, because I can't walk the 5 steps that way to get them out of my actual craft box.
That's fine. Why would you want to? Sat on the floor, my iPad on a footstool beside me. Shouldn't you be on the footstool and the guest cat is sat down right beside me on the floor? Ah, that is right. We've been chatting for over 15 minutes. Shall we do our first
Yes.
sprint?
Sprint.
See if I can cross off one of these novellas. Right, so bear with me, people. This is the first time I've done this. Let's add this to the stage. Maybe change the timer as well, hey?
Oh yeah, you have to go to options.
Options. Oh, yeah.
Change
Oh,
it to
yeah.
45. And then
How
it'll
long
say
do you
set
want?
time.
How
Yeah.
long do you want your break time to be? Long
No,
time.
I
Wow.
don't set that. I'll just stop the timer when it stops. Just set times, yeah. And then you can start
Okay.
and stop your timer.
Right. Are we ready?
We ready.
Let's sprint.
Yay.
See you in a bit. Hello, hello, hello. Ooh. How did we do on that sprint? I mean, that cat made me jump, but sorry if that made anyone else jump, because it made me jump.
Should have warned you about that. Sorry, I was still filming, and I was like, "Has something just gone off?"
No, it's fine. I know it happens because I watch your sprints, so I know it's coming, but it still made me jump. Just a sensitive soul. Did you manage to film what you wanted to film?
I was just in the middle of filming my last video, but I filmed 2.
Wow.
I think, yeah.
Solid.
Yeah.
Have you got many left to do now?
No, I just need to finish that last one, and then I can get on with reading.
Woohoo! I have some videos I need to film, but I want to try and finish going solo, and I've DNF'd it. It's not for me at all. So we're not going to be finishing that one, and that will not be one that I put through. That went by very quickly. I agree.
It did. I was fumbling on my words at one point, and I was like, then I looked at the timer on my camera, and I was like, did I hear something go off? So I was on my last book that I needed to show, and I was like, do you know what? I'll pause this and I'll move on.
Oh, an Icelandic thriller. Are you enjoying it? I DNF'd going solo, and then I picked up House and the Cerulean Sea again because I started a reread ages ago, and I'm like, well, I need to finish it. So I have this much left.
Oh, you'll get through that.
A lot, and I forgot how long the chapters are in this book.
Yeah,
they're not short.
They're not.
So you're like, oh, I've achieved a lot. I've read a lot, and then you're like, oh, I haven't even changed chapter yet. That's demoralizing.
But you've read pages. You've read pages.
I know, but like, I'm the sort of person that flicks to the end of the book to see how many chapters there are in total.
Oh.
And then I count down from that, and I'm like, oh, I'm still here. I'm still here.
Well, I thought I was further along with the Queen of Shadows than I am, because Sarah J. Maas, on the other hand, has very short chapters. So I got to like chapter 19, and I was like, oh my god, I'm going to be so far through this book. And then I picked up the physical book, and I was like, I'm here.
Yeah.
And the book is in. I'm like, fuck.
I actually need to read that. That is where I think I'm at with that series. Yeah. I've done Throne of Glass. I've done Crown of Shadow. Crown of what? Crown of Midnight. Crown of Shadows. What am I on about?
Crown of Midnight.
I did a reread of Assassin's Blade because I was doing like a read along thing for it, and they did Assassin's Blade after Throne of Glass. So I was like, okay, this time I will read it differently. That's fine. And I haven't picked it up since. So that's another book that I need to finish before the end of the year, hopefully.
Yes, it goes. The way that we've read it for the Mass Along that Tori and Smash have done, we've read Throne of Glass, Crown of Midnight, then Assassin's Blade,
that's
then
Heir
of Fire and Queen of Shadows.
Yeah,
Heir of Fire for me is my favorite book so far in that series.
Do you know what? At this point, I might finish Assassin's Blade and just start the series again because I've got all of them. And I was like, I'm going to read one a month. And then I got to Assassin's Blade and I was like, I've already read this. And then I think the people that I was watching do it stopped for whatever reason. Or they got too ahead and I was like, I can't be bothered to catch up.
No, I think I'm still debating. I think the next 2 books in like January, February, they're doing like a tandem read because I think it's Tower of Dawn and whatever's after this one.
Yeah.
They work together, like they're in the same sort of timeline.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure whether I'm going to be doing the tandem read or not. I don't know if my brain could handle doing that.
So what is that? Like you read a chapter from one and a chapter from another and like you flip back?
Yeah, so I don't know if it's like chapter per chapter, but
yeah.
There is a breakdown of what you read in what order.
Yeah.
See, I really like the audiobooks as well, so I listen to them audibly as I read. So it would
Yeah.
also mean like picking up a physical and audio and then switching and then switching back and then switching. And I think then my
Yeah.
brain would just get confused. I know that in timeline wise it would work. I just don't know if my brain would like it.
Yeah, but I don't think it's not even just my brain, it's just like I know myself, and if I was picking up and flipping between two books, like I do that now, obviously, because I read too many things at the same time, but they coincide for different things. So like I have an
Yeah.
adult fantasy, I have a YA fantasy, I have a
Yeah.
mystery. Da, 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 da. I have books that I've forgotten that I've started. But I couldn't flip between multiple books on purpose. If that
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah. As part of the series.
Yeah. If you manage to do that, fair play.
I think Smash and Tori are doing that, and I think Becca's doing the read along, but
Yeah.
I don't think she's doing that. So that's why they said it's the books are for like January and February if you're doing the tandem one. So
Yeah.
you can either do it as a tandem or you can read book one in January, well, the first one in January and then the one after the Tower of Dawn in
Okay, fine.
February. So yeah,
I
we'll
went to
see.
take the bread dough out of the bowl, and now the guest cat has taken over my seat. I am now seatless, perched on my footstool.
Oh no!
And the guest cat is now loafing in my seat. You can't tough out a cat. You just can't. I think there's rules against that, isn't there?
Yes, yes, there are.
I'm glad you're really enjoying it. You've had the book for many years and finally reading it. I know that feeling well. I know that feeling very well. As I'm sure most readers do, to be honest, because we all go through. I'm pretty sure most readers will go through a phase where you just like buy everything, whether you're in this community or not. You and there's some people that don't do that, and I respect you greatly because I could never be that person. I was always the person that bought a series in full, regardless of
Yeah,
the first book.
yeah, I used to do that.
There are like 6 books in that series, if that's the one I'm thinking of. The Throne of Glass, is it 6?
Yes, yes, I think there's more than six. Is there?
Is it 6 main books and then Tower of Dawn and Assassin's Blade on top?
1, 2, 4, 6. Yeah, there's 8 books in total. Yeah.
Yeah, so 6 main and then 2. Because I can't see mine because I've got boxes in front of
Yeah.
mine.
Tower of Dawn is just Kale's story, but it goes along the same timeline as the book before. So yeah.
Oh, yeah. So
Tower of
see, I
Dawn was
would
supposed to
rather
be a novella, but it turned out to be a full length book.
massive, isn't it? Yeah, it's very Ryan Carhill, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the way he's going, which is fun. And
Oh,
I actually talked about his books in one of my videos that I filmed for my Bookmas Countdown to Christmas, whatever it is, content. And I was saying that I need to read Of War and Ruin and
same.
The Ice next year,
Same.
and I might just reread all of them.
Same. I'm just like at this point, I last read a Ryan Carhill book like when the second novella came out,
The
and I read
Exile.
yeah,
Yeah.
and I read that, and I was like, I think I was gonna vlog, do a spoilery vlog of like reading the series today, sort of thing. Um, but I keep putting it off because I know how much the heartbreak would go through in the first few books.
Well,
And
it's
at one
true.
point, yeah, at one point, like, because I didn't realize when I first read his books, I was on the way home from Becca's once, and I was like, "Oh, I'll just pick up this Ryan Cahill book that I'm reading, no author to me." I was sat there fucking sobbing on the coach. I'm sure people must have thought I was a right weirdo. And then I was like, I had to take I had to take an actual break from the book. And I think I posted on Twitter at the time, like I had to take a break and put the book down and just be like, "Whew,
I think I
that was a
remember you
lot."
doing that.
That was a lot.
On your holidays for the next few weeks, I want to power through some books. Zach Argos thread like, yes, 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 do it.
I've only read Voice of War.
Do it.
That's literally just been on the because spoiler for Bookmas. I'm doing indie books I've read that I recommend to people. That was on there. There's like Voice of War. But I need to read the rest of the series. And the
Yeah.
same with E.W. Ross. I need to read the rest of the series.
Yes!
I'm
Oh my
sorry. I'm
goodness.
such a bad fan. I'm such a bad fan.
It's all right. Honestly, the fact that There are many amazing authors, obviously, in the advent of winter that Dom from Dominish Books has organised. But the minute I saw that Ross was on there, I was like, buying.
Yeah.
I'm buying that.
I saw Ellen McRae on there, and I was just like, absolutely.
Because as well, every now and again I talk to Ross on Twitter, and I'm like, so how's the new stuff coming? How's the new stuff coming? He's like, I've just welcomed a new baby in, Chelsea. I'm like, I know, and she's gorgeous, but when's the next book coming?
Like, I'm trying to be a dad.
Fantastic, Dad. Write the book. Bless him. I like to buy full series to get them all matching. Yeah, see, my dad recently brought up the fact, he was like, you were always the kid that would get rid of books if they changed the series, because my sister was talking about something and she's just getting into reading. She's 9, and my dad was like, well, your sister used to get rid of series when they changed the covers. And I was like, because it's the logical thing to do.
Yeah. And then buy the
I'm
whole
like,
set
yeah,
that have
this
matching
sounds
covers.
crazy. I can find people who are exactly the same as me. I'm in the community of which to do that now.
I was really nervous when they changed the Throne of Glass series covers, because I was like, I really need the old covers. And obviously, due to money, like, you couldn't buying the set individually or as a
Yeah.
whole was still a lot. And then I
Mhm.
found it on a place called OnBuy, and I was like, "Do you know what? Fuck it, I'll just buy it."
Yeah.
And I'm so glad I did, because the new covers are just not. Now that
No,
I've read the series as well, I'm like, why have you changed it to that? Is like the original covers are just very much the series, if that makes it. I mean,
yeah. Although I was looking at the new covers and I was trying to get my mate, bless her cotton socks, because she's never read Sarah J. Maas. I was like, you need to read Tog. You need to read Tog. And I was literally trying to put Assassin's Blade and Throne of Glass like onto her book stack that she was carrying around the store, and she put them back, which is very sad. But because we went through a couple of stores in London and we found the Throne of Glass in hardback, and that cover was actually really nice. And then we found it in paperback, and even she was like, no, I prefer the hardback covers. And I was like, yeah, I actually agree. Like, if I had to rebuy the whole series, I'd have to get them in hardback because.
yeah, but also there is a company called Books Know No Age, who do the dust jackets, and they've got like beautiful dust jackets for the Akatar series and Throne of Glass, and I think they
Yeah.
were the ones that did the Illumicrate ones when they did them, but they still sell them from their store. But it's like 65 for the Akatar ones and like 85 for the Throne of Glass ones, and I was so tempted to get them.
I
But
mean, yes, as a treat to myself, I would. If it was for a series that I really loved, but I didn't like the covers for, yes. Because there's another company that do some, and they do the ones that like all line up. I can't remember who they are, but they do a Throne of Glass one, and it makes the stag in the middle, and that looks really nice. They also did some for the She Who Shall Not Be Named series, but they were stunning.
yeah,
Before everything kicked off, I think that I saw them, but I obviously didn't get them. I don't have the money to buy new dust jackets. But I bought the original Akatar covers because they're like the red, the blue, the green. I managed to
yeah.
find Akamath and Akawa, yeah, in a WH Smith's, slightly damaged, and I was like buying because they discontinued and they were doing those. I don't like the new Akatar covers at all.
No, no.
So I managed to get them, but then obviously I've got the Silver Flame one, which has to be in the new cover because it's a new release.
Yeah, so I think I definitely do want the Akatar series cut dust jackets from that company. So at some point I might treat myself, because I don't like the Akatar covers.
Yeah, no, I agree. Cover match we
Yes.
assemble, we do indeed, and we have to assemble because apparently my father doesn't believe in. Well, to be fair, bless him, he is more of a minimalist in a lot of things. So it doesn't surprise me that he would just be like, well, "I just read the book and then get rid of it." So why would I
Yeah.
need
Also
that?
changing the size. I don't like that either when they change the size partway through a series.
I've got that for Nick Martel's books because they got them off the Broken Binding and they did the first one and then they went, oh well, we're only doing the second one in trade paperback size, so it's massive. And then I found it in Forbidden Planet a couple of months afterwards with the normal size, and I was like, oh, typical.
But it's like I know that it's technically a second, like it's a separate series, but it's like a follow-on series. But the fact that the Schwab books have changed size is so annoying because I have almost all of the previous books in hardback, and they are all like the small hardbacks, and now the Fragile Threads of Power is just like boom.
Yeah, I'm literally looking at mine now. I think the only one I don't have in hardback is the Near Witch, but I think I own, apart from the Cassidy Blake books.
Yeah.
I think I own her whole collection now because I've got Gallant, Addie LaRue, A Dark Shade of Magic, and then the anniversary editions of This Savage Song and Our Dark Duet.
Yeah.
The marks on. Don't know what that means. Haven't read them yet, but I had to get them because.
But yeah, there's the Dark Vault, but that doesn't have a hardback. Yeah.
And then Vicious and Vengeful I've got in paperback, but in the new, well, it was new. They put it in a box essentially, and I caved and I bought it. But Illumicrate did do Vicious and Vengeful special editions in hardback many years ago because I found them in a previous Chloe video. Chloe, what is her name? Chloe Bunny or something.
Yeah.
Australian booktuber. She had them, and I was like, oh, they're very pretty. They're very, very pretty. Yeah. I'm fairly minimalist too, but I will still have all of the books. Yeah, but my father now has 2 young children who have a lot of stuff. So I don't think he has any room for his own stuff. Bless him. Patrick was saying yesterday in his Spotlight episode that Branderson is changing the UK covers of his books so they won't continue to match in that all white colour. Yeah, I've seen that somewhere. It is sad.
I really like the minimalist look of his Mistborn series.
Yeah, they look really good. I mean, with the new ones, so Yumi the Painter, Nightmare Painter, sorry, and the Frugal Wizard, they're not white. Yumi is like a creamy colour, and then the Frugal Wizard one is blue. Tress is the only one that follows that same colourway of white.
Yeah, but the Mistborn series are all white, aren't they, with the blue swirls, all the different colour swirls.
And Steelheart is the same.
Yeah, with green on it, innit?
Yeah.
And then Elantris was white with like the orange.
Yeah, and then Oathbreaker and that is red.
And then his Stormlight is just Stormlight series was it white with red in it?
Something like that. I think. Yeah. Does that mean that they're going to re-release all of them in colours and they're not going to match at all, or is it just like ongoing? Because if he's going to publish the new ongoing ones in different colours, then I'm not so mad. But if they're going to go back and change everything that they've already published, that's going to make me mad because I don't own all of them yet.
I own the first Mistborn series in paperback, and I might want to get the rest of those ones in paperback, but I want to own the Stormlight Archive. I need to see if I actually like his writing first before I do this, but you can still buy his hardbacks of
the special editions that are like split into.
No, I don't want the split in 2 ones. There's like the full ones that you can buy online.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bit more expensive. But there is somebody that I saw that did the Stormlight Archive dust jackets for £27 for all 4, and it followed like a landscape when you put them the spines facing out.
Yeah.
But that only fit like the American hardcovers that have like both in one.
Yeah.
But I need to actually read the Stormlight Archive first on one of the books to see if I'm going to enjoy them enough to spend £30 on a hardback. Because I don't like that when you split a book in 2. I don't like that they've got 2 parts in like 2 different books.
See, I don't mind it because I like the paperbacks. So it means that they're not as big.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
I need to see if I like his books first
I like
because
the hardcover ones. I know that Fairy did them, but
yeah.
I found them in like a normal bookshop as well. And they had the hardback ones, and I think they had like gilded edges or something. They were very pretty, and they were all
Mm.
different colours. And I was like, well, I can get away with like having them different colours if they're hardbacks. Honestly, I do not. Sometimes I do not enjoy being a book collector. I swear to God, it's so difficult and expensive.
Yeah.
Sometimes I wish I could just be one of those people that just didn't care if they had paperbacks and hardbacks mixed up in series, different sizes, mass paperback, all the no, no.
I can't. I do care about that, unfortunately. I'm the same.
I care way too much. And when they change covers, like I wish I could have been one of those people that when years ago, because the time that my dad is referring to is many years ago when they changed the Cassandra Clare covers for
Uh,
her first Mortal Instrument series, and I got rid of my series and rebought them.
I mean,
And
that's fair.
that is what he's referring to. And I was like, well, it's not my fault that they changed the covers halfway through. You know,
Like Tracy Wolf, the Crave series, Becca was getting them all in paperback. But then for I can't remember what book she stopped at, but she stopped publishing the paperbacks in the UK. She only
oh
had
yeah,
the hardbacks, and then the hardbacks were harder to get hold of. But luckily, I had like I think it was 2 or 3 of the hardbacks I had, and I
mm,
stopped reading the series because she pissed me off with the last book. So I just sent them to Becca,
fair
and
enough.
then she got the other hardback herself. But yeah, I really, really hated that happened. Like the end of Court annoyed me. Like Court annoyed me so much.
That you just went,
I was
nope.
like, no, no, like I've never done that before, and an
Mm,
author's never annoyed me so much that I just don't want to continue with their books.
yeah,
Um, and I was just like, no, I'm done. And I spent all the time trying to find these frigging hardbacks. The only
yeah.
downside is the deckled edges, and she hates Becca don't like deckled edges, but
I'm.
I
I've
don't
got no
like it.
preference on deckled
I
edges.
like flicking through a book and deckled edges. You can't really just do the whole flicky thing. It's just
Yeah.
I just don't see the point. I don't see the point in deckled edges. It stresses me out.
To be fair, I think the only series that I've got that's got deckled edges on my shelves now is the Furyborn series by Claire Legrand, which I still haven't read. But I think the first two have it, and then the third one doesn't. Fair enough.
That is strange.
I don't know why they
That is very
changed it, but they
strange.
changed it. I love the first two, but Oathbringer lost me.
Oh,
Was there any particular reason why? Was it the plot, or did it just drag on? Because they're very big books. Like I
yeah. They're the kind of books that you have to take your time with, aren't they? So, like me, I can read a book pretty fast, and I can read when I get really like involved in a book.
hmm,
Um, I can generally read it in one sitting. If there's a lot that's impacting me, like with the Ryan Cahill one, like if
yeah.
there's a really big thing that happens, like I need to take a break. But for the most part, I can just read a book and like not Queen of Shadows.
Air of Fire.
No, it was a Cassie Clare book. Um, something about shadows, like Queen. What is it? What's it called?
I don't
Dark
know.
Dark Artifices book.
Oh, Queen of Darkness. That one.
That one,
Lord
the
of
Darkness one.
Shadows.
No, it's the
Queen of Air and Darkness.
Queen of Air and Darkness. That's it. Fucking hell! Oh my god.
The
Um,
only trilogy I don't actually own from
Queen of
her.
Air and Darkness. That book so many times I had to just stop it because that was just heavy. It was just a
Hmm.
lot all the time. There was
Yeah.
like a lot of books that I read. There's some kind of like lightheartedness throughout it. You know what I mean? Like it sort of like gives you that
Yeah.
break from like the trauma happening. There was
Yeah.
very little
Everyone
of
just
that.
keeps dying.
Yeah, and there
Dying.
was very
Dying.
little of that in that book. So for me, that was one that I really struggled to get through.
Okay.
So if it's like that, I can understand why.
That's fair enough. Uh McTavish says, I don't collect hardbacks, but I do care that my nice paperbacks will match. I'm affected that way too. I'm glad it's not just me.
I
And
do
then
love a hardback.
I do love a hardback, especially a chunkier book in hardback, because I am, and I have nothing against people who do it, but I'm very anti spine cracking. And I feel like it's easier to read a hardback and not crack a spine than it is a paperback. But I will be that person that sits with the book like this so that it doesn't crack. I am that person.
Oh, so when you were reading Illborn, were you like?
To be fair, I think like Illborn has got a bit of give.
My Illborn spine, you would hate me so much.
But the thing is, I don't. If you do it to your own books, I've got no problem. My mum did it to one of mine when I was growing up, and I did go off. And she just kind of looked at me like, "What is wrong with you, devil child?" I was like, "Why are you cracking the spine of my book?" She's like, "Because that's how you read books." I'm like, "That's not how I read books, and that's my book."
Oh, bless.
But yeah, again, it's like you do you. If you enjoy doing that, then that's fine. It's your books, but I just won't lend you anything.
Oh, would never crack a spine on someone else's book. Jesus Christ.
Exactly, this is what I mean. And she's just there, like, with my book like this, and I was like, Mother!
No.
I think it was the plot mainly. I just got so bored. It was so long. Yeah, this is the thing. Like, I feel like I will enjoy Mistborn because they're chunky books. Don't get me wrong, but they're all one parts. They're all their own thing. Whereas Oathbreaker and that ongoing,
Yeah.
massive.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
dear.
that's why I said I need to double check. Oh, really? What did you like about it?
Read Illborn, did not crack the spine. Hated the book though. I am glad that I pre-warned you about that first scene where there's like sexual assault that happens. I am not a big fan. I say this all the time. I'm not a big fan. I'm happy with there being triggering scenes in books because especially with the fantasy that we read, it's going to happen. But I'd like a little bit of a heads up, you know. Just don't.
Yeah.
My paperback books all look pristine even after I've read them. It's a skill. It is a skill, and it is one that I have mastered too. Like some of my books, you wouldn't actually realize that I've read.
Yeah.
And the only time I have cracked spines on my shelves is because I've bought the books from the library. Bought the books from the library. That makes no sense. Charity
I know
shop.
what you mean, though.
Well, I don't actually think I've got many secondhand books anymore on my shelves.
I don't own any secondhand books.
I think I have like 2 or 3, maybe 3, because I
Unless
used
they've been
to
gifted,
go.
but they've been gifted by other book collectors who keep them in pristine condition.
This is the thing. Like I don't really go charity book shopping anymore because I know my taste now.
Yeah.
So I buy specific books and I pre-order specific things. So yeah, it's not very often unless I'm going to Hay on Wye. That's kind of like charity shops, I guess. I'm so glad my husband only reads in Icelandic, so my precious books are safe.
I love that for you.
Well, this is how I feel about Jack. Bless his cotton socks. I'm glad he doesn't read and he just games because God knows how that boy would read. Upside down, back to front.
You have pages missing. Dog-eared. Oh, I saw someone on the bus before dog-ear a book and I was like, why? I was like, no, please. Use a bookmark, a piece of paper, anything. Why are you dog-earing your fucking book?
You know, she sat there going, it's fine, it's your book, but
yeah. Somebody I used to work with used to fold the page in half.
Oh God, no. Did you see that article ages ago about people who cut books in half because they commute, so it makes them easier to travel with?
No. What heathen would do that?
I really hope they were kidding. Like, I really hope they just cut up like an old book. I hope they didn't cut up a book at all, but I hope that is not their general of like, yeah, I'm going to go read a book on my commute. Let's cut it in half because that makes it easier. Like, just read small books.
Hope that's a joke. Oh, no.
Yeah, I was a bit like, what the heck is wrong with you?
If you're that bothered, get a frigging Kindle for 80 quid and then just read it on a Kindle.
Yeah.
It's even better.
Yeah, my Kindle's very light. I mean, the case is sharp now because I dropped it, and the case is meant to obviously be there to protect the Kindle, but part of it down here is like become sharp because it broke off. So I need a new case, but the rest of the case is fine. It's just occasionally it stabs me.
Yeah. Being attacked by the Kindle.
Yeah, just to keep me awake, really. This book abuse
Yeah.
is traumatizing
Yeah,
me.
I was traumatized. I felt honestly the like the physical urge I was like, stop. I had to stop myself from shouting something out to this random person on public transport.
Who's just
Like,
sat there innocently reading their own book that they've purchased with their own money.
like, it's like, it's not your book, it's not your book, it's not your book.
Not my
It's
circus, not my
fine.
monkeys, not my circus, not my
Yeah.
monkeys. This is what I say
But
regularly.
it traumatized me when I go to the library and I can see that people have previously dog-eared books or
Mm.
just, and I'm like, I don't like it. I don't like it.
No, I don't like it either. But at the same time, at least the books are still getting read and they're not in landfill and all that other stuff. So
Yeah, true, true.
yeah, but library books are triggering because they're just like cracked to heck
Yeah.
down the spine.
But then they put these plastic covers on them to protect them. I'm like, but you're not protecting the insides, are you? You're protecting the outsides. And
You
then people
can't
still,
plastic cover every page. It's a little bit ridiculous.
you could.
Oh my god, my heart hurting hearing that.
Yeah.
Welcome to Lives with Us, where we will traumatize you.
It's like, how did your life go? Yeah, how did you go watching Chelsea Lisa? They traumatized me.
And told me
They
about all the
really
ways
they
that people hurt books. Yeah. Yeah, welcome to the English library system. It's a very good system, but unfortunately, some people just take advantage.
Oh god, no, no.
Oh dear. And on that happy note, should we do another sprint?
We shall. I'll go finish my last video and then I can crack on with these bloody novellas that I need to read. I've only got 7 more to go.
I think I might go and have some lunch.
Ooh, could do that as well. Could eat. Eating should be a good thing.
I could eat. Eating is a good thing. You are right. It is.
Eat.
Okay, so 45 minutes.
Yes.
Julio, let me get it back. Get it back in.
Oh, kitty's back.
It's still going to make me jump, but anyways. Happy reading or filming or whatever you choose to do. jump that time. So I'll watch it, then I won't jump because I know exactly when it's going to happen. You all finished with filming then? How'd you get on?
I ended up filming another video, so I quickly made myself something to eat, and it's just cooling while we talk. I just made myself some porridge.
Oh, nice.
Golden syrup porridge.
Oh, I do like golden syrup porridge.
Yes, it's yummy, isn't it?
It is.
I think during the week I'm still gonna need to film maybe one more video, I think. But I could do that during the week. I've got the first couple of days set up, so.
That's all right. I think tomorrow is going to be my mass edit and schedule day.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be my mass editing schedule day as well. I'm just uploading my clips. I've already edited the one that goes up on the 13th.
Nice.
For the first day. And I've got one already edited. The rest I just need to work out how many more I've got if I'm including my lives and stuff as well, my weekly vlogs.
Well, that's true. Yeah, I was looking at my list the other day and I was like, oh god, I've still got quite a few. But then I was like, oh, but there's at least one vlog in there. So
yeah,
that's
exactly.
As you go. That's not I need to film. I have filmed what I've got. Technically, my 12 days of Christmas starts a day early, so it's 13 days of Christmas. Because I've got a Spiffbo review going up on the 12th for Murder at Spindle Manor, which would be cool.
Ooh.
And then I filmed almost the whole first week, I think. I've got two left for the very first week. But one of them's like a try chapter 1, so I just need to make sure I'm like awake.
Awake to do it.
Awake to do it.
I called myself out. I was like, oh, let's do indie books that I own that I haven't read from yet. Like, because I'm going to do series I need to finish and that kind of thing, like the standard. But I was like, I want to do an indie video separately. So I've done like indie books that I've loved, that I recommend, and like want to throw in your face and be like, read this.
Yeah.
And then the rest of them, like if it's a series I've already started or authors I've read from before, I've not included in this video. This video is like just authors that I haven't read from that I really want to read from. I was like, I'll just have a couple of books.
No, you won't.
I had way more than I expected to when I started pulling off my shelf. I was like,
yeah.
I was like, oh, and there's this one. Oh, and there's this one. Oh, even when I was filming, I was like, oh shit, there's another one. So I just reached back and like pulled it off, and I was just like, oh my god, the amount of books and that's just physical. So like the indie books that I've got on my Kindle that I haven't touched yet.
Yeah, I haven't actually started the like Advent of Christmas thing either.
Neither have I. I'm getting the physical book though.
Yeah, I know.
So I'm just like, I can read it once I've got the physical book. And I know you're supposed to read like a book a day, like a little novella a day, but I'm like, I'll just get the book and read it when I get the physical copy.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. I think
defeats the objective of an event, but
yeah, but you could read one a month, one a day next year at Christmas time.
Could also looking, I'm an idiot and I categorize my books on my Kindle.
No, I have a collection.
That's what I mean. I have a collection for Spiffbo 9 books that I've got. Like I wanted to get to. Some thrillers. I don't know why thrillers are there. I don't read thrillers. Why have I downloaded thrillers? I've got 11 smutty books.
Nice.
Obviously my 9 Sphinx novellas. I've got some Kindle Unlimited series,
Mm-hmm.
and then I've got 115 indie books. Bear in mind though that
this is why I don't do that, because I don't know how many I've got on my Kindle.
Bear in mind that one of them is like the Iron Crown. I've already read that. The Fall, I've read that. The Coward, I've read it ages ago. The Exile, I've read. So a lot of them, I'll say a lot of them, probably about 10 I've read. So we're looking at about 100 books. Some of them are like multiple, like fantasy romance or older indie ones that I had from like before I started YouTubing again. But that's the one to get to. Like Legacy of the Bright Wash, I've literally just finished that. I have 2 copies of The Ice. I don't know why I've got 2 copies on there, but yeah. So about 100.
You might have 2 copies of The Ice because one was an April Fool's.
No, it was, wasn't it? And I don't know if I deleted that or not. But yeah, I've still got like I don't know if I should do a calling myself out of this, but some are Kindle Unlimited books that I can just return, so that's fine.
Yeah.
But there's still books on here that I want to read. So yeah, I've got about 100 on there.
This is why I don't look at my Kindle too closely, because I have enough physical books on my list. And everything
I feel
else.
really bad because even though
I feel awful.
Even though it doesn't cost them as much to send an ebook, it's still they're still taking the time. Yeah, I'm almost like.
I had this. I'm pretty sure I say it like every year in some form of Christmas or wrap up video, and it was in what did I feel? Oh, reacting to my reading resolutions for this year, which is going to be part of my countdown to Christmas content spoiler alert, because everyone's just dying to know what is coming.
Did you achieve your goals this year, Chels?
My goals for 2024 are probably going to be just as unachievable as my goals for 2023.
I mean, same. I tell myself every year I'm going to write a list for that, and then I don't. So what I've done is I've actually started to plan my 2024. So this is my little Inklings journal, and
I've asked for the yearly one for Christmas. Don't know if I'm going to get it. But if I don't get it for Christmas, hey,
the fully booked one.
Yeah,
I was going to get that, but this one allows you to record like 220 books, and I know you don't read that many, but I do. Well, I'm on like 190 now for the year, but bearing in mind, about 50 of those are manga because I did 30 and 30 for September.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah, so like they're not all like 600-page novels. I'm not a fucking heathen.
Yeah, but even my like breakdown on Corepile, because I like using Corepile. It works for me. My breakdown on Corepile is that my average is like between, I think my most read blocks are either 350 to 400 or 450 to 500.
But your job is different to mine. Like you're traveling a lot, aren't you? And like
so I should be sat on a plane reading, not sat on a plane watching Netflix, which is what I usually do.
Kind of give you an out here, Chels.
Yeah.
No, you might get travel sickness. I don't know.
Do you know what? I have recently on trains. I've been awful. I don't know why. Usually on trains, I've always been fine. I could always read, and then for the past couple of times I've been going down to London, just being on the trains made me feel so sick. And I don't know if it's because I had my AirPods in and I had them on noise cancelling, so they like feel like your ears are sealed.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was part of it. So I went down when I came back from London the last time. I didn't wear them, and I didn't feel as bad. I've also learned that I really need to have food on the train.
Yeah.
But I don't remember to do that. So.
But on this page you can't see it because it's just in pencil. I've done a little banner, and this is with like 12 books, 12 prompts. I'm gonna write them down so I remember them. Yay
Genius.
for me! I know.
The thing is, as well, you've got one really nice notebook. I have got about 3 notebooks that I write bookish things down in.
I mean, I've had the beautiful fully booked planner that I should have written my books in and my readathon books and stuff like that. Did I utilize it to the best of my ability like this year? No. And the months where I'm like, oh, what books am I supposed to read? Lisa, you've got a freaking journal. Like, I'd start my TBR video think like, oh, I think this is all I need to read. I think this is all I need to read. I'm like, you could have written it down in your books to read section of your journal, and then you'd know
why you've got that version now.
Yeah, so I'm gonna make sure, and then this is gonna be like my indie books that I want to prioritize for next year.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna talk to myself even more by doing a video of all the physical books that I own and haven't read.
Yeah, I've done one of them. I need to look at when I last did it because I think it was want to say it was the start of last year, which means I need to do it again for this year, and I kind of don't want to because it's scary.
I'm not gonna like take them all off the shelves and like do that. I'm just gonna
Oh,
do the one I think Chloe Reads Books did it, where she just sort of like slipped them out and like
yeah. So
put them on
I
the
did that
shelf.
for like the second half of my last video because by the time I got halfway around my shelves, I was sweating. I was too warm. Do not wear a jumper when you do it. It's not a cool video to film. You're so energetic. I think it was the most energetic I've been in a very long time. And I just, oh my gosh. It's just like, how is this so difficult? It's literally books. People think that doing Bookstagram and all this stuff is light work. It isn't. Books are
No,
heavy. Heavy.
especially if you've got like a Ryan Cahill, Thomas Howard Riley,
Oh my
you
god,
know,
yeah.
those kinds
Brandon
of books.
Sanderson.
I was holding up a Thomas Howard Riley book to show to talk about it, and then I
Yeah.
was like, oh my arm.
They're heavy. They
It's
are.
like, and it's so floppy. So like it's just like flops around and you're like, oh, my arm. Motherfucker.
Down to 2 hours, 44 minutes of my audio. Amazing. We've got some people joining. Hello. Good morning. It's afternoon for us, but good morning for you. Time zones baffle me all the time.
Oh no, I was talking to Bo before. And I was like, it was nearly 11 o'clock where I was, and he's like, just home from the gym. I was like, what time is it? It's like 4:30. I was like, what? Time is a concept I do not understand.
Kind of, yeah, this is true. And it's like when you're trying to, because I've got clients at work here, there, and everywhere, and trying to arrange calls, and they go, "Oh, well, we can meet at 11 o'clock." I'm like, "Is that your time or my time? Which time are we on? Which time are we working
Yeah.
with?"
See, I really am gutted though that when like Andrew from Andrews with Lily Reads or Tori like Tori Tekken does
Mm.
do lives and like author interviews, it's always at like midnight and 1 a.m. But that's yeah, but that's like 7 p.m. their time. So it's
Yeah,
normal at their time. But I'm just like I want to get involved in their lives and watch their lives, but unless because I've got work the day after, I can't. And like I know I can watch it back like the author interviews and stuff, but it's not the same when you watch lives back, is it? Because you're not. I like to be in the comments and
yeah,
just chat. So there's been a couple of times when I've had like when I've been on leave and I've just sort of stayed up and just had a bit of a chat with them in the chat. But yeah, I chat in the chat. It is just annoying with the time differences as well.
mm.
Like some of the authors, I was like, oh, I'd love to interview this person, but I'm like, but what time would you do? Because the time difference is ridiculous and it needs to be a time that fits both people.
Well, exactly, and
It's
that
just weird.
doesn't always work. If I'm
No,
honest.
no.
But I mean, then again, they do like the panels for like TBRCon and that, and they get Ryan Cahill, who's in New Zealand, and then
I know.
people in America and people in the UK all together, and one of them's up at 6 a.m. and one of them's trying not to fall asleep. And
Oh, I know. I know. I think I could interview some UK authors, but um yeah, I need the brain power to arrange that, and currently I can barely film videos. So get get to that 2023 over and done with, and put in the dumpster fire. That just add it to like I did say in one of my videos like 2023 didn't happen. The good parts of 2023 did. Everything else didn't happen. Like COVID years weren't a big deal for me. I was working. I didn't see my family that much, but I was still able to talk to them, so it was
yeah,
fine. So when COVID years like really horrible for some people, it was fine for me because I was still working, so I wasn't isolated as much.
yeah,
But this year, the worst year I've had for a very long time, for most part of it. So I was like, 2023 didn't happen for me. It did.
yeah. No, the COVID years for us weren't so bad, but I was lucky because me and Jack were living in our flat, so we weren't in anyone else's house really. It was just us two.
Yeah.
And we just got into a lovely little routine of I would wake up at like 8 o'clock, leave him in bed. I would read until like lunchtime. I'd wake him up, and then I would go to bed at like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night, and he would stay up until God knows what time the next morning. And then we just keep doing that. And I would be the early bird, and he would be the night owl. And he would go at night. He only got shouted at a couple of times. There were a couple of times where I came out at like 2 o'clock in the morning going, "Do you realise you're shouting?" 2 o'clock in the morning. I think one of them I didn't even say anything. I just came out and glared at him.
You're like, sorry.
Yeah, I had his headset on to his friends, and he was like, "Oh, Chelsea's awake," and they went, "Oh, you're in trouble." Yes, yes, you
Oh,
are.
as you should be. It's 2 o'clock in the fucking morning.
You can
See,
play
that's the
games,
thing.
just do it quietly.
Yeah, that's the thing for me though. Like, I set like a playlist now
Mm,
for because I told you earlier I've become slightly obsessed with a couple of like Korean artists, and so I've got like a playlist of some Stray Kids and 80s and a group called The Rose
yeah.
that starts when my alarm is supposed to go off. Um, and I can play it as loud as I possibly like, as loud as I like, because I don't live with anybody. So I'll just get up to, and I just,
True.
yeah, it's great. But I don't have anyone. I don't have to think of anyone else. I'm like being quiet for someone else.
Well, this is true. I mean, I don't know. Because before we bought our house, we lived with Jack's granddad. So we
Yeah.
lived in one room, just me and Jack, not his granddad. He had his own room. Um, but Jack would game in our bedroom as I was trying to sleep. So I kind of got really good at falling asleep to him on his headset. I wake up when he puts his keys in the front door in this house, but if he was shouting downstairs, I probably would sleep through it.
That's
The
mad.
joys of things that you learn how to cope with, I guess. I don't really.
Does he have a separate gaming room then?
Yeah, now he plays downstairs. But yeah, then it was close quarters. And I'm like, would you just shut up? It's just
So you're the
fun.
one that
So,
had your own separate room for your library, and he has his
well,
game downstairs.
technically, this room, as when we had our flat, is it's not as 50-50 as it was in the flat because the room in the flat was bigger. But it's got you're currently on his desk, which is like his monitor setup and that for his music. So he can come in here and do music, but all my books are in here, and it works that my books are in here because they do some soundproofing stuff that you like. It's like, okay, as long as I get to put my
Could you
books
fit
back
any
down.
more books behind that where you are now?
No, because the door wouldn't open.
Oh.
So my plan for that wall is to make it a art wall at some point because I have a lot of obviously bookish art
Yeah,
that doesn't have anywhere to live, but it
yeah.
could live on that wall. So maybe we'll do that. I'm not sure, but like I've got one short shelf. I think the plan is in that like weird period between Christmas and New Year's, we're gonna go to IKEA and buy a full one so I can
Oh, you
stop.
mentioned getting extenders as well, didn't you?
Yeah, I think we're gonna do it bit by bit because that sounds like a lot of money nowadays.
Yeah, a little.
But as long as I got another like 3 shelves, I think that could hold me over for a month because a lot of books
Oh.
are double stacked. It's not. It's not good. It's not good at all.
No. See, when they're double stacked as well, it's easy to forget about them. Like, I've got some little cube things down here, and they're
Yeah.
like those things that have like 4 little quadrants.
Yeah.
And they're really cute for storage and whatever. But because they're so deep, I double stack them. I just see what's in front.
That's
And
what these IKEA shelves. Like, I remember when I was a kid, I had thinner ones, and I was watching a Becca video, Becca in the Books video, and she was saying how she's got shelves that essentially are perfect for paperbacks because they used to be like CD or DVD shelves, and so
yeah,
they're thinner, so you can stack more. You can't put hardbacks on them really, but you can put paperbacks on them. And I was like, oh, if I had some of them, like that would be brilliant because these shelves are really good for hardbacks. They're good for paperbacks too, I guess. But for paperbacks, again, you have the ability to double stack. So, like you said, you double stack them, and then the shelves are full, and then you don't know what you've bloody got
yeah.
or where anything is.
So what I've tried to do on here when I've double stacked them is the ones that I've read, the books I've read, I've started to move them to the back.
Yeah,
Um, but again, because I buy so many books and acquire so many books in various different ways, um, I don't have the capacity to just do that. There's still
yeah,
some, which in a way is why I said I wanted a list of books that I had, but then also that's calling myself out and making the time to do that. At one point, I was gonna get there's that Libib where you can get a scanner and you just scan the book
that's
and it automatically loads it. But then I have to pay for a scanner, which is like 25 quid.
No,
Which
I've
is not
got a spreadsheet that I made that does charts and all sorts of fun things. It tells me how many books I've got that I haven't read and genres and page lengths and all sorts. Basically, it's kind of like I took some of the formulas from CorePile, like how they measured that,
yeah.
and amended them to how I wanted it to work. And yeah, that was great. And then I redid it in 2023. So at the start of this year, I redid it. And now I think I need to redo it again because I couldn't tell you what is not on that list.
But that's the thing, like when you're typing it out in a spreadsheet, you need to remember that when you haul a bunch of books, you need to put them all in, and then it's getting that time to do that. So in the grand scheme of things, if you're short on time, the whole Libib thing is great.
Perfect. So just scan
But
it.
it's then obviously again another bit of thing that you need to spend money on in order to get the capacity to scan things. But I think that's probably what I'm gonna do because when I haul books, I haul a lot of books at the same time. I'm not the kind of person who like sporadically buys like books here and there. Like I'll generally haul a lot for my birthday, or like I'll get a lot of pre-orders in at once or stuff. Like I don't generally get books in like spatterings.
Oh no, I get sporadic, but that's because, well, the ones that always come together are usually like my subscription boxes, which I really need to look at. Because do I need 3? Probably
You
not.
sent me another bloody indie subscription. I'm gonna slap you so hard.
I did. Yeah, and I put my name forward in their tweet because they asked for bloggers and reviewers and stuff, and I was like, well, I'm something of that, so I'm interested. So they're sending me a box. I don't think it's a box. I think it's an envelope. But they're sending me like one of their past boxes to have a look at. So I'll let you know what.
But with that, like I looked at some of their past envelopes or past boxes, I call them, and 2 of the books that are in it are actually 2 books that were sent to Chloe from Chloe Reads Books that she's really gifted to me for Christmas.
Okay.
So it was the Mordecai's and Troop of Shadows, I think it's called. Um,
Right.
so I'm gonna read them, and they're really cute as well because they come with like little Paper Quest bookmarks, but then it also has
Yeah.
like like an embossed little stamp thing. Like it has like a little gold embossed little stamp thing on one of the inside pages that says like
Ah,
Paper Quest. It's really cute.
yeah, that's coming hopefully in the next few days. So.
But it's only £18 a month.
Yeah, I know, but the thing is, you say only, and it's not only because you think about it, it adds up. That's my problem.
Also, I do get that. I have sad myself. I know that the Broken Binding were floating around about whether they wanted to do a sci-fi thing. I did say yes to the sci-fi box. There's been no progression on that, but if it was to happen,
It might be next year.
it would be something I would sign up for. But then also, also, Illuma Creative changed the Afterlight to a monthly box from January, aren't they?
Have
Oh,
they? I
you
don't
don't.
know.
Yeah, you don't get the Afterlight.
Romance.
It was bi-monthly, and then from January it changed to monthly. But also, the butterfly book. I get this name wrong all the time. The Butterfly Book Club box. I currently get their fantasy books. They are doing a fantasy romance box from next year that I want to also get. So
See,
potentially.
yeah, I am toying with the idea of cancelling Fairy Loot.
Do it. Shit. Sorry.
But I like the special editions they bring out. This is my problem. But I'm what I said this in a vlog, and I'll probably say it again in my subscription like roundup-y thing. I'm going to utilize my skips next year. So I've already skipped the January box because I follow that autumn. Oh, what's their name? Autumn Loves Books or something, and they are very good at guessing the spoilers for what every book.
Stories.
Hey,
Eater of Stories. Follow them as well.
I will do. But I follow them, and they're very good at like saying, "Oh, well, it's going to be this book." And to be fair, I don't think they've been wrong so far.
Yeah.
And yeah, the book they said that the January one was going to be. I was like, that does not sound like a bit of me at all. So I've skipped it, and I've never skipped anything in my life, if I'm honest. Book-wise, I've probably skipped many other things, like the gym. But it's suddenly gone very dark in here. I think there's a storm coming. Honey, you better get inside.
Games like we live.
Bit of Star Wars. And then, but then I'm like, oh, do I cancel Fairy Loot completely, or do I try and swap to the adult box? Because some of the adult books are good and I seem interested in them.
I don't know. I stopped Fairy Loot a while ago, but I think it's because I've also found that when it comes to YA, I am rubbish at picking things out for myself. Any recommendations for YA, any YA that I've liked, they've come from recommendations from friends.
Yeah.
So, like The Raven Cycle, Cruel Prince, This Poison Heart was a recommendation from Becca. So it tends to be like I'm really crap at picking YA for myself.
Yeah.
So when Fairy Loot was when I used to do Fairy Loot, and I'm like, oh, I'm not gonna skip next month because I'm gonna like the book. The other out of the Fairy Loot books, I think the only one I really liked was Fire with Fire. Me and Becca both gave that 5 stars, and
Hold
that
on,
was like,
to read.
yeah, it was really good. But other than that, I either didn't read the Fairy Loot ones. I was just like, yeah, or I ended up trying to skip it, but
Yeah.
it was just getting a bit like, I don't know. I don't think it's their fault. It's just I wasn't ever really
No.
interested in the Fairy Loot young adult books.
I'm
So
trying to think, like, what actually I've got this year from Fairy Loot. I have got a list with them somewhere, but I can't be bothered.
lists.
Yeah, I do. I do keep track of stuff. I'm just not always the best at it, if I'm honest. But yeah, I couldn't point any out right now. But I've got that Illumicrate and the Locked Library,
Yeah.
and I'm a bit frustrated because the Locked Library in January are doing their first archive box. So they're going forward. They're going to be redoing old books that they have published before in prettier editions, kind of like the Fairy Loot ones and the Illumicrate ones that they do. So in January, all the subscribers get the very first archive edition. Like, you get no choice. That's literally you. And I was like, oh, cool. That sounds really cool. What kind of book are they going to pull out of the archive? They're doing another special edition of Babel or Babel. I was like, you're kidding. I've got 3 editions of this book. I've not read it yet, but I own 3 editions of it. I don't need a 4th. And then someone did make the comment of, I find it funny that you're calling this an archive when it only came out a year ago.
Yeah. When I think of backlist, I think of like backlist
Many,
books.
many
You know what I
years
mean?
ago.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, in like when they did like the Red Rising, it's been out a while the oldest one's been out a while.
yeah.
Then you know what I mean? It's that like the Maria
Jade
Schneider,
City, when that came out. The Diviners, when that came out again.
the Maria Schneider ones, like the Poisons
Yeah.
today.
Yeah.
They've been out a while. I get that. Like they're older books that like have recently. Well, I mean, Tori's loved them for years, and
Yeah.
I'm sorry to Tori because I still haven't picked up Poison Study, even though I keep saying I'm gonna. But it's one of her favorite like books that she keeps going on about. So for things like that, like I can understand them trying to give it a bit of a refresh and like revamp it, and so I get more
Yeah.
people interested in them. But
Babel came
for
out
things like
last year.
yeah, like having an anniversary editions of books that came out a year before and stuff like that. Like the Bone Seasons, like comparatively, like was it 10 years the first Bone Season book came out,
Yeah, I
or
think
5 years?
I've got the 10th year anniversary edition.
Yeah, something like that. So because it's taken us so long to continue the series, and I could get the interest back
Yeah.
in, like bring out new editions of it, and like the same with the Cassie Clare series. Again, 2012 over 10 years ago. I get it, but books that this to me just sounds like a recently hyped book they're redoing to get more like interest, and it's just pointless.
I agree. And I was like, can I skip? I can't figure out if I can skip. So I'm just going to get the edition. And worst case, I will add it onto my to be sold file because I don't need 4 editions of the same book. Unless
Sell
that
it on
one's very
Vinted.
pretty. And then maybe I'll sell one of the other editions. I don't know.
I'm sure that if you tried to sell any of those kinds of editions on Vinted, they'd snap it up. The Fairy Loot Illumicrate kind of special editions go very well on Vinted. As soon as I put my special editions up, standard books don't go as quickly on there, but any special editions, you'll get interest.
So I've got a pile of books that I put on a one of those Facebook Marketplace groups, and I sold quite a few of them, and then I've still got a pile left of like older ones that.
Yeah. Some of the older Fairy Loot ones, like Master of One, I want to get rid of, but I'm struggling to get rid of that one.
Yeah,
I really just, I want someone to just, I've even put it on Facebook Marketplace and been like, I just want a job lot. Like, I need to get these out of my flat because I'm hoping to move in the next couple of months. I don't want to traipse these to another flat with me. It's like a bag and a box full of stuff.
Yeah.
And I don't have a local charity shop that I can take them to. There's no charity shops in Huddersfield that sell books. So,
that's strange.
No. Like, all the charity shops that we had were closed down.
Yeah.
Or they just sell clothes.
I feel like charity shops are the one thing that just keep popping up around us.
I want to, like, if I could gift them to a charity shop, they could use them. It's fine. Like, I'd rather them do that than just languish in my flat. Like, I'm not going to read half of these books anymore. Like, I'm not interested in them. Or I've read them and not enjoyed them. So, like, yeah. I don't know. We'll see.
It's just one of them, innit? Unfortunately, if they might go, they might not.
Maybe
I'll just hold on to them until they resurface, like everything else seems to resurface.
I'm like, no, I just want them gone.
Just leave my flat now.
Somebody did express interest, but they were like, can you deliver to wherever? And I'm like, bitch, there's like 40 books here. No.
No. Can you come and get them?
Like, I'm not delivering them to like Reading. Like, the postage would be ridiculous.
Yeah. No, I think I sold some books out of that original lot that I was trying to sell. I sent some of them to Australia. And I was like, okay. I had to figure out how to get around all the customs stuff. I managed it, but I was just like, really? Okay.
No.
Cool. That's fine.
No.
It is what it is, isn't it, really? It's just one of them.
Oh, yeah.
Right, should we get you to read some books? Yeah.
I need to read? Yeah. I think I'm going to do my Duolingo first. Try and not get demoted into the Ruby League, and then I'm going to read.
I don't really care what league I'm in. I just do it every day so it doesn't shout at me anymore.
I'm just like, you're going to be demoted into the Ruby League from the Emerald League. I'm like, no.
I don't really know what league I'm in.
I'm competitive.
I'm competitive too, but not to that level. You know, I do 3 minutes a day of French. I'm never going to be able to do a full conversation in French. As long as I can get by.
Comment ça va?
Ça va? Je m'appelle Chelsea.
Je m'appelle Lisa.
I can go into a store and I can vaguely understand what they're trying to sell me. That's the main thing.
Comment t'appelles-tu?
Comment tu t'appelles? Je m'appelle Chelsea.
Did your mum live in France? Does she know French?
Yeah, she does French every day, bless her. She's still learning, because obviously she never learned it as a kid, so she's still trying to learn it. But yeah, she's doing all right. She can get by. The thing is, as well, like, I'm nosy. I've got some French clients, and when they start talking in French really fast, I'm like, I'd really like to know the gist of this, so that if I'm needed, I can step in. But currently, I'm just looking at them going, what?
No, I'm doing Spanish at the moment. I do want to do Dutch at some point, but I'm just gonna do some Spanish. Then I'm gonna do some French. And once I've got au fait with them, I'm gonna then do Dutch. And at one point, I was like, "Oh yeah, let's try Japanese or Korean." I'm like, "No, I don't have the brain for that."
I started with Polish.
I don't have the brain for something like Korean, Mandarin, Chinese, Japanese, those kinds of languages. Russian, absolutely not.
No, it's the same with Polish because a lot of it just ends up being almost symbolic in the way that you read it as an English person. And when you're trying to type it on Duolingo, there's one letter that they have that to me looks like a T because it's like that and that, well, that, but it's actually an L on our keyboard. It took me the longest time to figure that out because no one tells you that on Duolingo. Oh, by the way, this is actually an L. Honestly, like I was like, why do I keep dying? Oh, because I can't figure out what this bloody letter is.
Dying? That you're losing your heart, you mean?
Yeah, dying. It's the same premise as a game. Just died.
Oh my god, I love that.
Right.
This.
My plan is to try and finish this, and then I will go back to reading my Sphinx stuff.
We've got this. We've got this.
Because then I can cross off a whole book that has been on my Goodreads, and then I can go back to reading novellas. Maybe that'll make me feel more accomplished because I might be able to read like 1 in 2 sprints or something.
Yes.
I'm not a fast reader at all.
We can do this. We've got this. I'm gonna do my Duolingo and then just dive straight into Stun Lightning.
Cool. So 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Let's add it to the stage.
Do do
do do do. Ready? I feel like we should do the marathon. Like do 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 do.
Oh my god, I'm suddenly so frigging cold.
Really? I've got the window open in this room because it's never open. And with the door shut, this room gets a little bit too warm.
I'm so cold. I have my radiators on as well, but they're those radiators that you need to, like, they're the storage heater, energy saving bullshit
Yeah.
that you have to heat up overnight and they release heat during the day. So I did turn them up last night because I knew that was going to be in for most of today.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm still freaking freezing. This is not good.
I think our house ticks over on 18 degrees. It never goes up, it never goes down. So in the summer, the heat doesn't come on, and then during the winter, it'll come on. But this is why we're stocked up on blankets. And this is my Christmas one.
Ooh, the wrench.
Yeah, I've got bedding that matches from Primark years ago. Meow.
Meow.
Made it to page 44. How did you do in that sprint? What were you reading?
I ate some more porridge because I was hungry. It's the only thing I've eaten all day because I'm stupid. And then I read 19% of Dust and Lightning, and I'm intrigued. Is the beginning's very much like, it reminds me, like, you know, like an action scene at the beginning of a film. It's just like,
Yeah.
you just see this one character and it's just like, oh, go, 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 go. But you don't actually know who this character is. I'm just like, get away from the bad guys, because clearly whoever is chasing you is a bad guy. And I'm just like, get to a safe place so we can find out more about who you are.
Yeah, don't know.
Yeah, I was like, what's going on? What's this? Why
Yeah.
are you running? Keep running, but why are you running?
I did find it interesting. I think if we're putting 2 through, then currently where I'm at is Ruins of Smoke would be my first. And then that would be my second. Currently. But I still have Death Rider to read, and I'm really intrigued by that one.
Have you read Shattered Spirit?
Yes.
Did you not like it?
That was alright.
It's alright.
It's hard because me and novellas don't always get on because obviously it's a very short book. I tend to go more towards bigger series or just bigger books. So there's usually more to them. So finding a world that I fall into quite easily in a novella before I've read anything else can be quite difficult. I don't think I disliked it. Pretty sure.
I need to move this. Annoyingly.
Shattered Spirits. I gave it. It came out as a 3.
Oh.
So, like, I'd recommend it to people, but out of what I've already read, I did say that it outlines a great concept filled with horror elements and lore that leave you wanting to discover more about the world. So, I think if there was another one, then that would boost it up. It's the same way that when I read, like, The Fall by Ryan Cahill, because I was listening to the audiobook of Blood and Fire, The Fall is automatically after it. It's just tagged on to the end. So I enjoyed that novella more because I had the basis from the first book. If that makes sense.
See, I read it in the order he publicized it in. So, like, I read The Fall and then Blood and Fire and then whatever what's it called, and then The Exile, and I still haven't read A War and Ruin because we're not talking about it. It's 1,000 pages long.
That
I
might
did.
be my book of next year.
Yeah, and I am gonna do a reread of the series, but the same like with the John Gwynne, the Faithful and the Fallen series. I absolutely adored the books that I've read, but I know that the last book is going to be a lot, and I'm scared to finish it, and I've put it off. But I put it off that long. There's been over a year since I read. I'm gonna have to reread that as well. So, I think there's gonna be quite a few rereads in my future for various things.
Well, maybe let me know when you do the Malice one, and you can keep me accountable to actually read the series. That
Have
would
you
be nice.
finished Stillborn yet?
No.
We
I'm
were
gonna have to
supposed to
restart
read
that.
that a year ago.
Maybe I'll read that next year. I don't know.
Oh, we
I
were
also
supposed
haven't
to
read
finish.
We Break Immortals yet either, but who's shocked? Not me.
Oh, that is so good. But the thing is with like Illborn and We Break Immortals is that, and I mentioned this when I was doing like my indie books I want to get to for next year, is like the writing is so small and there are so many pages and it's all physical reading. There's no audiobooks for any of them.
Yeah.
And like you don't need an audiobook for a book, I get that. But for me, because I'm so used to immersive reading now, that when I just read physically or just
Yeah.
read on my Kindle, it it's difficult because my brain just wanders. So
Yeah, I
yeah.
get that. But at the same time, like you can't say to me, you still haven't read Illborn. You still haven't finished Cold from the North, so shh.
I've finished the book, just not the series.
Same thing, isn't it, really?
No, you've halfway through a frigging book.
Same thing. The guest cat that arrived as you went live at noon had a snooze in my chair and then got up and moved out around 3:20. That is a long visit. Been watching MasterChef The Professionals. I needed to find out who won before I ran across a spoiler on Twitter. I'm
Oh,
pretty sure I saw who won, but I don't watch MasterChef, so it didn't really affect me. I did see a spoiler for who won at Bake Off, so I haven't actually watched the final episode of that this
oh,
year.
I haven't. I've avoided spoilers for Bake Off. And luckily, I know Becca watches it, but Becca's not the kind of person who would spoil it for people. But yeah, it's
No,
very
Bake
annoying
Off
when that
itself
happens.
spoiled it for me. They tweeted it.
Ah,
I struggle to get started on new series, settling into a new world. Who are you and what's the thingy? Yeah, I get that 100%. And when people just expect you to know about magic systems, like what the heck, what's going on?
see, people moan about info dumping, but I
think it depends how it happens. Like I like
yeah.
how so a more recent book that I've started that I again need to finish, the new Matthew Ward book.
Oh
So
yes.
the very first bit of that book is you are being introduced to your main character, you are being introduced to the magic system, but all the while they are attempting to pull off a heist. So there is still lots of
Nice.
action, there's still lots of like, oh, will they, won't they get caught, that sort of thing. But you're learning backstory and the magic system at the same time. So it's not like suddenly a history lesson.
Yeah.
It is done in a way
See,
that I agree with.
in We Break Immortals, I love the way that it introduces the magic system so that we've got the drug addict who hunts sorcerers, but
Yeah,
he detects magic and there's like a really technical way for him detecting magic, and it could easily bore the shit out of me if it was done in the wrong way.
yeah,
Because it's just like it is very technical, but he does it by like it explains what he's doing as he does it, but also
mm,
he meets someone who's really excited and interested in what he
yeah.
does. So he explains it to her and like sort of like so
Oh,
it's in within a conversation. So it's
yeah,
not
I
just
like it when it's done
info
like that.
dump and move on. It's like she's asking him questions and he's talking to her about it and it
Mm,
explains it, and then obviously it explains it to her but also to us. And I
yeah,
just love how that's done.
yeah.
It
No,
just
I agree. I am more than happy to learn as the character learns.
yeah.
I don't enjoy when you're being info dumped in the sense of this is all the information that I need to get across to you so that my book makes sense. Have it. I don't enjoy that. It gets too much. It gets too dense. I don't care.
Yeah.
And I will put the book down. But if like you're telling another character, explaining it that way, if it's being like done in flashbacks, love that. You know, like it
Yeah.
just doesn't have to be all
Flashbacks are good.
in one way. Am I remembering correctly that you said earlier that yeah, no, we've never met in
No, we've
person?
never met in person. We met. I don't even know how we met online. We met some through booktube in some way. We
Yeah,
then started talking about like loads of indie books. We then
yeah.
decided to run a book club together, and we've got another announcement coming tomorrow. So, um, yeah, at some point we will meet in person, but no,
Currently, no.
um, currently I've never given this person a hug.
It's also funny because I'm closer to you than everyone down in London is.
Yeah, you are closer to me than half of my other close friend group.
You probably have to like drive past me technically to get to
Yeah.
London.
So Becca lives in London. Smash is probably the closest. She lives near Newcastle. But then
Yeah.
my other half of my friend group live in Scotland. Meg and Chloe now live in London. Liv lives in Southampton, and Jem lives in Norfolk. So
Yeah, that's like
technically Emma is probably the closest in Doncaster or near Doncaster, and then it's Smash. And then you and everyone else lives like 4 hours away.
Yeah.
Minimum.
Yeah.
So it's fucking crazy, I know.
It is. Not to make things difficult for ourselves. You interviewed Matthew Ward and haven't finished the book. Yes, I did, because unfortunately, when the book tour came up, we did suffer 2 successive losses, one after the other. So it was a little bit of a rough time.
Oh.
And I'm still catching up from like what I'd agreed to do then. But Matthew was, I explained it to him before we did the interview, and he was completely fine with it. As he said, life comes first, and just one of those things, unfortunately. So it's the tail end of this year has been a little bit more hectic personally than I planned for it to be.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we'd be a lot further along with a lot more things, and it's kind of why I didn't post for a long time, because there was just other things going on.
Yeah, life sucks.
It does. I prefer authors to introduce me gently to everything, chuck too many names and places and events up in a massive info dump, and I just do not. Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, or do I? I don't know, because sometimes I really enjoy it when it's just like thrown into the action, throw a bunch of names at me. I won't remember any of them, but then we figure out who they are later on. It depends on what mood I'm in reading wise, if I'm feeling chaotic or not. Which
The
just
thing is, I don't like a ton of exposition. So we go to Stephen King, for instance, and
mm,
like I read Salem's Lot, and you find out everything from just there's no dialogue. There needs to be some sort of dialogue or some sort of
yeah,
interaction between characters. If you introduce me to 10 different characters at once, and this like merry band of merry band of like thieves or whatever, like they're fighting, or there's like a big battle, or like they're having these it's fine as long
yeah.
as at some point you explain who these people are and what the connection to each other is at some point.
Well,
But I don't like it when it literally I look at pages and it's just page after page after page of
yeah,
just prose, and there's no it's just talking to the reader about the world or whatever, and it's just
yeah.
dumping all this information on you, and there's like no character dialogue or communication whatsoever.
I agree. And then
It
there's
stresses me
also
out.
the flip side of that, where when it's pages and pages of dialogue, I kind of just go, can we just skip now? Especially when it's dialogue of like, he said this, she
Uh,
said that, he reacted this way, she reacted that way. Don't care, skip it, cut it
that's
out.
why I like banter. Like, give me characters that can banter with each other,
Yeah.
and like even in serious situations, like the world is. This is why I like Christoph's books. Is that like you could get some really witty and sarcastic comments from characters when the world is literally falling apart and like
Well, the
people are
thing is,
dying
it's dark
around you.
humor, isn't it? Like,
Yeah,
I have a couple of
it's
my
so
friends who
fun.
are paramedics in the real world, and their humor is the darkest.
Yeah, yeah,
And I grew up around military people, and there is very dark humor in the army.
yeah,
Obviously because of what you deal with in your job, and so that sort of thing. I think it is a big part of being able to go into a situation where all your characters in your book are like, well, the world is ending, but at least I have this joke and it's hilarious,
yeah.
to be honest. What was my next question? How did you two form this team?
Love
I
indie
don't.
fantasy, really.
Yeah, literally. And then I don't know. We just kind of haven't parted.
We haven't parted ways. We just stuck
Parted.
together.
We just
And
keep
now
finding reasons to talk. Like when I was like, oh, I don't have anything to do on Saturday and have a lot of reading. Who do I text? Lisa, going, do you want to go live with me? You teach me how to do it, because I don't know
like
how it works.
we had an idea of a book club and we were like, oh, we both like fantasy. Should we just do it together and just be like
What series do you want to read in 2024? Well, I want to read these ones and you want to read these ones, so let's just make them fit.
Yeah. So
And
just
the ones that we haven't made fit, we've gone, well, if we do start them, just let me know and then we'll try and buddy read them together.
So yeah, it's not for the book club, but we're still gonna read them anyway. Well,
But hopefully.
I might read them and Chelsea a year and a half later we're still not read.
You make me sound so terrible. I'm a good
I
person.
mean
I read books. I don't read as many books as you do, but I don't think many people do.
Yeah.
I
Well,
am
I
the
think it was
average reader.
it was February of 2022 we was reading Illborn.
Yeah, well, you know what?
I've known you 2 years. I've known you for 2 years.
Poor you. Poor you.
Oh my god, it's so stressful.
It is, yes, it must be. You made me sound so terrible. I'm adorable.
You are adorable. You are. You're
As
not
I say to
terrible.
many of Jack's friends when they say things, I'm like, shut up. At least I'm adorable. And then just kind of look
Yeah.
at me. What's that got to
No,
do with
you're
anything?
not horrible. You
Nothing.
just don't read your books.
I do. I'm reading. Kind of. That's what this
How
is
many
for.
buddy reads have you finished with Kate this year?
2, but she's been just as bad as me, so it's fine.
Oh, well,
Maybe
stop. I'll
3.
stop teasing you now. I'll stop teasing
I
you.
can't remember. There are quite a few that I just. But to be fair, most of the time, by the end of the month, it's either me or Kate going, "Yeah, I've been shit this month. I haven't read it. Have you read it? No, I haven't read it either. Okay, that's fine. Shall we spin again and see what we get for next month? Try again."
That's fair.
That's what we've done. I've read some of them, and some of the ones that I've read, she hasn't read, and some of the ones that she read, I didn't read. So we move on. I'm currently reading the 3rd book in a trilogy, and I'm still trying to remember Who Are You Again. Yeah, it depends if either the author doesn't. I find it very, very better. That's not English. I find it much better when an author can write a side character better than they can write a main character.
Yeah.
Because they're the ones that you want to just keep reading about.
Yeah.
That's how it goes. Some of the later Honor Harrington books are 50% data dumps. They are thick tomes of world building. No, that's a no from me.
No.
It's fun seeing what groups form up on BookTube, watching folks cross streams on the intertubes. Yeah, I think we've all kind of made like our own like groups, posses, cliques, however you wish to phrase it, if I'm honest. And
see, like, even within my friend group, like we all have like different tastes and stuff. So I obviously met Becca first, and we met through the fact that we both watched JDV Reads. We were both a Patreon of hers, and then Jade did these like sprinting hat like things on a Patreon, and it was like that on that day. It would just so happen that I met Becca because we were both on JDV Reads like sprinting hat sprints. And that was the first time we'd been on those sprints. But at that time, I was like really struggling with BookTube and like making friends and stuff. So I was just about to quit. I noticed that her and Liv did like the Royal Readathon, and I wanted to do a Marvel-based readathon, and I saw that she liked Marvel. So I said to her, at some point, would you like to be involved in a Marvel-based readathon with me? And then that's how we became friends. Is like I just messaged her on Twitter, and we were like, right, we'll do that. And then we just started chatting about other things. But it's just like they sort of influenced me with other things as well. So like I always really enjoyed theatre. But I've only really got involved in like going down and watch theatres once like I started talking to Megan Chloe more. And so it's all just making friends and influencing people.
Yeah, I think it's really hard as well because I don't really come out of my bubble and talk to many people, gotta be honest. I'm more extroverted in person than I am online, which I think is the wrong way around, but you know, it's just how it is. But like I met Kate on Twitter because someone tweeted, I can't remember who they even were, but we met on a Twitter thread where someone tweeted about, reply to this tweet with books that you want to read, and if you want to buddy read with that person, reach out. So I think I tweeted, and then either I tweeted something and Kate reached out, or vice versa. and we ended up just talking on Twitter, and Buddy read the 5th season books by N.K. Jemisin, and since then, like, I've been talking to Kate for 3 years. I've still never met Kate. And we were saying actually that next year we need to make it a goal to actually finally blinking meet up, because
Yeah.
she's actually not that, she's far, but like in the grand scheme of things, I think it's like 3 hours.
Yeah.
So it's not that far. So yeah, like it's crazy. Yeah, I've been talking to her for 3 years. I've been talking to you for like 2 years, and I still haven't met you. And it's
I
just,
met Jem for the first time last year. I've met Tori in person at Yak. I've still not met Andy in person, or Pia, or Bobby, or Sayab Han, or Siobhan to normal people. I've not met them in person. I call them Sayab Han because I've always called them that, and I don't know why. But yeah, I'm just trying to think. The rest of my friends I've met in person. But yeah, I met Jem for the first time last year, which is strange as hell because it feels like, when I sit and think about it, I've known these people for ages and I forget that I've not met people in person
yeah.
because it's just easy to, we've known each other so long.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know that, well, like, if I ever got anything to talk about indie wise, I'll just talk to you. And then we've got our own little thing, and then I've got my own little thing with other friends.
Vice versa. Yeah, I'm exactly. It's just kind of how it is. Having reads involving others is hard work. I struggle at them big time. What?
Yeah, Buddy reads.
Right. Okay, I'm with you. Yeah. Yeah. It just depends on like how fast you read, because sometimes I'll be reading a book when we do buddy reads. Sometimes It's very rare, but sometimes I'll read the book before you, because you kind of read them in a shorter time span, whereas I spread it out over
Yeah.
like a while, because I know how terrible I am and just stuff. I sometimes feel like I'm intruding when I join Patreon groups. I know it's not like that, but I try to join in. Yeah, I get that. I mean, it can be hard, because Patreon as well is like its own clique. I'm not part of any. I don't have my own or anything. I don't think
I
I
don't have
will
my own friends. You do have your own friends.
currently, but I don't join. Like, I really like seeing like Chloe reads books, and that when she does her in-person meets, I think Becca's gone to one. I think I've seen her in a photo from at least
Yeah.
one of them.
Yeah, she's done a couple of them, yeah.
And I think that's really lovely, but it also terrifies the heck out of me, because if I were to ever make a Patreon and then you kind of get people in a group, then what happens if people don't get on? Like, just like, there's
Yeah.
just
No.
like, I think it's a really lovely idea. I love the idea of Patreon. Personally, I don't see what I could offer people in which to have them
No,
pay
I'm
me
the same.
money.
I'm the same. I barely get through a schedule as it is, let alone offering people extra content.
I mean, like, sprints wise, now I know how it vaguely works. I don't know how it works on Patreon, and you do like the Patreon only sprints. I'm sure I could figure it out, but that bit I could probably do. Early access to videos I could probably do, but there are some people that are obviously like really creative, and like Becca from Becca and the Books, and I think Cassidy does it as well. They do like monthly bookmarks, and they design them
Yeah.
and they get them printed, and I can't draw. No one wants to bookmark what I've drawn. It'd be
You can
awful.
get a Stickman bookmark from me.
Yeah, and you get blobs, and you'd be like, "What's that?" And I'm like, "It's meant to be a sheep. It doesn't look like a sheep."
No.
You know?
I
So
think, this is one of the questions on a tag I've recently seen. And it's like behind the booktuber. I think Becca's done it and Jem's just done it. And it's one of the questions is, would you ever make a Patreon? And personally, I don't think that I would, unless I got to a point where I felt like I could offer enough additional content that it's
mm,
worth paying me for.
yeah,
Um,
I think I would, but because I know a couple of people do it, where they offer some additional content, but it's more posed as you're supporting me so I can make better content. And
mm,
I would possibly, in that regard, if I were to possibly be stepping more into doing this full time alongside something else, because I don't think
yeah,
being like a lifestyle YouTuber, it can be your full time thing. You get paid for all sorts of stuff, and how they do it, I don't know. And I was in London the other day and I turned around to Jack and I said, "Thank God I'm not that pretty because my gosh, no, I'm not playing myself down. I just genuinely mean like these girls were stunning and they were standing on London Bridge taking posed photos to put on Instagram.
Oh,
You know the ones like the
yeah.
influencer photos. I was like, thank God, like that is not the way that because I don't want to stand in the middle of a bridge with my arm over my head, trying to look alluring. That's not me.
Yeah, I do think that people underestimate the time it takes and like to do this at all, even as a hobby. It's like a part-time job, like
It
when you
is,
want a
and
regular
like,
schedule and we don't get paid for it. So
no,
like I've tried to sort of think to myself, that if there's weeks where I can't be bothered to film because I'm not with it and whatever, then it's fine. I'm not failing because I'm not posting.
yeah,
And people I don't have a lot of subscribers. I think like 600 and odd, but I know that those people that watch me regularly and my friends that watch me, they're gonna be around whether I post every week or not. And
yeah,
when
exactly,
I'm back, I'm still gonna get those regular comments.
yeah,
And it's seeing those same people come back in each video and comment like when I've been away for a while, oh you're back, it's nice to see you sort of thing.
yeah,
That means more to me than getting 150 irrelevant comments or those people
mm.
that put first on all your frigging videos and that kind of crap. Um
Oh,
and
I'd love to watch people battle it out to be my first comment. Bit of
and
Hunger Games going on in my comment section. That'd
but
be
it's
great
just
fun.
it gets to a point where, like, I've seen some bigger YouTubers and stuff that I
Mm,
watch, and it's like, this person's taken time to create some content for you, and your comments are not even referring like, discussing the fact that, like, they've
yeah,
put this like, commenting on what content they've put out. It's just like, "Oh, I'm first. Oh, I'm not," like, no,
some people just
no.
like to do that. To be fair, I do like this time of year though because I do watch lifestyle YouTubers. I have a separate
Oh,
account for it
fuck
because I
this.
used to watch it all on the same. But now that I do this, all my bookish stuff is on this one, and then my
Yeah,
lifestyle is on the other stuff. And I love watching the Vlogmas content from like the bigger YouTubers that I've followed for years because
yeah.
like I can't do it. God, if people are actually watching my Vlogmas content, fair play to you because most of it is just about me opening my Lindor calendar, if I'm honest. But these people obviously plan Vlogmas because they make their money doing this for a living. And this is
Yeah.
their full time job. And they have videos where they go to Target for a day, they do this for a day, like Zoella, who used to go Christmas tree shopping and then decorating, all this stuff. I'm
Yeah.
like, wow, that's a lot. But I still don't understand how they vlog for 50 minutes for one day. Like I film for 50 minutes after a week. Where do you get all this content from?
No, it makes me laugh, but yeah,
It
I do
baffles me.
I do enjoy watching Vlogmas. Vlogmas is a fun time of year, not necessarily for creating content because it can be stressful, which is why I've not done a full month this year. I'm giving
Mm,
myself a bit of a break to do 12 days.
yeah.
But I do love watching people putting the Vlogmas and Bookmas content up because it's just like it
Yeah.
kills my time.
I also made the decision this year that I'm not doing a best and a worst books. Um,
Not doing
I
a worst.
haven't.
I don't like doing worst.
I usually like doing worst. But the
No.
thing is, I found another end of year tag, which isn't the Ariel Bissett one, but another YouTuber she basically put it on her stories and got people to recommend the questions to ask, and she put the most popular ones in a tag, and that kind of
Oh,
fitted what I wanted to talk about more. I'll send you a link to it.
thank you.
And that's what I did mine off. So I'll obviously link her video as well in my video when it goes up. But she talks about their like the biggest disappointment and your underdog book of the year and the book that you read that
Yeah.
was hyped and stuff like that. And I was like, well, I'd rather discuss it here because literally most of the answers were forthwing. Um, um,
The what?
if I'm honest. And then I already spoke about the other, like I think I've had 4 5 stars now this year, 4 5, and I spoke about all of them in a Vida video, and I've only had one since, which was the Justice of Kings, which you need to read. Oh my gosh,
I feel like I give 5 stars away far too easy, or maybe I just like,
I at all.
I have so many 5-star books this year, like, a ridiculous amount. Probably 80 of the 180 that I've read, or 190 that I've read, will be 5 stars. But a lot of the stuff is like 5-star manga. So like, if you put that out of the way, I would
Yeah.
still say that like a lot of the stuff that I've read is 5 stars.
The thing is, like, it just depends how you rate. Like, it has been made. It is a comment that has been made in my Spiffbo group about how harsh I rate things because I am the one bringing down the averages.
The thing is though, like last year I used Corpile, the year before I used Corpile, but for me, being the flighty person that I am, Corpile felt like it was restricting me, and I was then going in and changing my numbers to fit how the vibes felt for me.
Yeah.
So like, I rated Tessa Bailey's like Secretly Yours and Unfortunately Yours were like 2 stars, 4 stars, but the other Tessa Bailey was for 5 stars I read recently. But it's just
Yeah.
purely on like enjoyment and vibes. But that's like one section of Corpile. Like,
Yeah.
if I'm looking to do like judge like writing, like, is it the best written works in no. But did it give me the fun, cozy vibes that I needed after feeling like absolute trash for so long, and it was just a fun rom-com
Yeah.
to read? Then yeah. If I'm reading something like a Ryan Cahill, and I'm gonna mention him all the time. I mention him all the time, like my best friend, like me and Ryan. Um, like something like an epic high fantasy questing book. You need, in order for me to enjoy the book and get those vibes,
Yeah.
the world building and character work, like that's an essential part of it. Like that, so that's yeah. I'll rate it within that, but if it's just a rom com, the writing doesn't really bother me that much.
I get that.
It's more about
Yeah.
just like, you know, is it a fun adult romance? Yeah. Did it give me the happy vibes I needed at that time? Yeah.
No, that makes sense. I mean, I like Corpel because it kind of like directs me a little bit more. I think you bubbled up on my Twitter frequently enough. Yes, I did, and then you started bubbling up on mine.
I just make friends with people online so easy, and then like
I'm
when
just
people
so
meet me in
antisocial.
person,
I just
I
don't
was so scared when I met the girls in person. I'm like, what if they just think I'm annoying in person and they don't want to be my friend anymore? I was so nervous the first time I met them. I was just like, fuck, they're all gonna hate me.
Oh,
But
that's
they
me
don't.
every day, anyways.
Nobody could hate you, don't be daft.
I think I know some people who would say you were wrong, but
But you're adorable.
I know I'm adorable. They're just blind to it. I try to be consistent and so build up a bit of familiarity, before I intrude on already formed groups. So I'm not a total stranger that's appeared suddenly. Oh no, I like bust in.
Austin McTavish. Invade away.
Yeah.
Invade away. Yeah, no, I don't. Like when people message me and be like, I've had a couple of people sorry to message me. Like, oh, who's it? Someone asked me to do like a recommendation for one of their videos, and they were just like, I'm sorry to bother you. Like, I know you like, wanted to approach you, but I was a bit intimidated. I'm like, because
I'm the most scary person in the world. Come and talk to me.
you've already got a group of friends, like, and if you can't do it, I understand. And I was just like, I hope I don't come across as intimidating just because I've got a group of friends that has me. Like, I'm
I
one of
think
the most
it's more just the
approachable
fact
people.
that because there is a group of you and
Yeah,
you guys do lives together and stuff. Like I can get it. It's
yeah.
not intimidating as in like they think you're going to be mean or scary. It's just more the fact that it's like, oh, they've already, because I'm like that. Oh, they've already got friends, so they don't need another one. That's how I go. Like,
No,
oh no,
not
then
true.
they don't need another friend.
Always welcome more friends because,
More
like,
friends.
as an adult, I've made more friends and more friends that I want to keep around than I did do when I was younger.
Yeah.
Um, but again, like I've mentioned this before when I've been talking to my lives, like I can just nerd out and be myself and be my actual chaotic, usual self, like around my friends, and they're just like, "Oh, that's just Lisa,"
But
and
that's
like
the
I
thing.
don't get
Like,
judged for it. Like they'll take the piss and they'll just rib me,
yeah,
but I know that they're just doing it to take the piss and rib me. They're not doing it because they're being mean. So
exactly.
I'm like, yeah, whatever.
But there's also the fact that I feel like nowadays, now that I'm a grown up, apparently, I don't think
Eh.
I am, but age-wise I am. I have to make more effort to see my friends. It's not like I go into school or college or uni and see them every single
Yeah,
day. So it's more of a active, I am choosing to be your friend. I am choosing to message you.
yeah,
Whereas I feel like a lot of friendships, and this happens for everyone, that you made when you were in school, college, wherever, they break down after you've left, because suddenly you don't have to be with each other every day. And that doesn't mean
Yeah.
that you don't like them. I've got friends that I don't talk to regularly, but if they turn around to me tomorrow and went, Chelsea, I need you, I'd be like, sure, what do you need? I will be there. If I can
Yeah.
get there, I'll get there. Just because I don't talk to you every day doesn't mean that I don't still care. But I'm also not going to chase people to talk to me every day, because if you ain't going to reply, I ain't going to chase you.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that I struggled with when I first joined BookTube. Like, my first video was in 2020, and my first
Mm,
video was what I'm going to do for Reindeer Readathon. And then
yeah,
I started trying to make friends and talking to a couple of people. And I was getting ghosted a lot, and it was making me feel like shit. Like,
yeah,
and I was trying not to be too clingy with people, because I'm not, like, as I said, I'm an all or nothing kind of person. When I
hmm,
first joined BookTube, I was just like easing myself into it. I was trying to make an effort, because that's comments I've had in the past that sometimes I feel people feel like I don't make the effort. But again, that's me like not wanting to be a pest to people. So I
yeah,
was like, oh, I'll make an effort with these people, and I'll try and message them, and I'll try and make a conversation with them.
hmm,
But I was just getting ghosted, and it made me feel like shit. And it wasn't until I met Becca, and then she asked me to be on her and Livy's lives for Royal Readathon, and like started to invite me into like their little like friend
yeah.
pairing. That was like, all right, I can actually make friends as an adult, and
I
it's
can still make sense. I don't.
people do like me.
Yeah, I agree with this as well. Matt on the books closing his Patreon in favor of his wish list on Amazon. I get it, but at the same time, mixed things, because if you just send me books from Amazon, I just add them to my TBR. I appreciate it. Do not get me wrong. There are some books on there that I would probably drop everything for and read, but we know I'm chaotic and stuff changes all
Yes,
the time. Lordy
influences.
influences, yikes. Yeah, this was a bridge, and I did turn around to Jack and say, thank God I'm not that kind of pretty, because like I can just wave my phone around and get book. Like I was when I for the past couple of weeks that I've gone to London, I have been filming bookshops and just like Christmas markets. I don't have to pose for that stuff. I just have to film it. Like it doesn't, and it's also one of them where like if I taking a thumbnail for me is a pain in the bum. But at the same time, I'm only holding myself up. I don't hold anyone else up in the outside world, you know? So if I want to sit in my library and take 50 thumbnails, I can, because it's just me. And it
I
doesn't
do
impact
forget
anyone else.
sometimes, because I still haven't figured out a type of thumbnail that I like. And you probably noticed if you scroll back through my
Mm,
videos, I've gone from having a coloured background to having a blurred background with me like imposed on it. And I don't know what kind of thumbnail vibe I like. But it's
mine are all the
sometimes for
same.
me, because like Becca has like the 4 different pictures ones, and you do as well, don't you? Have like the
For
4.
vlogs, yeah.
Yeah. Um, so for that, sometimes I forget to actually pause for those so I could get 4 decent pictures. Because nine
Cool.
times out of 10, I'm just sat there like, "Hi, Tuesday, rambling, blah, 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 blah," like coming down, I'm like, and then the end of the week when I'm editing, I'm like, I don't have a usable piece of footage where I am like still and like holding something or not making a stupid face that I could use as part of a thumbnail. So
Been there
it,
many times.
I'm just like,
Yep.
let's just take some thumbnail pictures now.
That's what I do. I struggle to keep up with my existing subscriptions and keep seeing all the new
Yeah.
people on the socials being boosted by those I'm familiar with. Yeah, you can never keep up with everyone. That's just not how it works.
Yeah.
First, instant ban on
Instant.
the first poke.
Yes.
My average rating for 2023 reads on the story graph is about 3.56. I think mine, according to my core pile, is a 4 because it rounds it up. But I'm really enjoying using Book More. We've been chatting for bloody ages. So if anyone's here for sprints, I'm sorry. We're just having a chat now. We will sprint at some point, I promise. The new app that I sent you.
Oh, Bookmora.
Yeah,
Bookmore.
I'm
Bookmore.
enjoying that.
I still haven't used that properly. I'm gonna start using that properly again, properly in 2024, sorry.
Yeah,
Um, when we get to the new year, because yeah, I keep forgetting to update it, and at this point it's a bit too late now, I think. want to start it properly next year, but I do like the idea of it. I did like import my Goodreads, but some of the
Yeah.
stuff on Goodreads is not on here, so it doesn't exactly match, which was stressing me out. So I was just like, do you know what? Let's just start next year and start fresh.
That's fine. Yeah, well, that's my aim. My aim is to try and finish all the books that I'm currently reading, either soft DNF them or actually finish them. And then I can go into 2024 with a clean slate, which would be fun. Obviously, I need to finish Sphinx, but I've only got like 40 pages left of this, so I reckon I could finish this in the next sprint and then go back to a Sphinx. So before we start sprinting, wherever I put my Kindle, I'm going to get you to pick from two which one of my Sphinx ones I should start with. Because honestly, that Becoming Solo was not it for me.
Oh, that's definitely not one we're gonna read then out in it, so that's fine. That won't go through.
No. I mean, I think it would be good, because the premise of it is that it's a story about witches, and in this world, witches get demons, and in order to keep, by the sounds of it, because I'm not 100% sure if it's like a coven or something, but everyone is sorted into fairs, which sounds like a coven. And every year they have to do the Sing, which is a ceremony where the demon of the fair creates a tapestry, and then you perform this ceremony, and that is what keeps the fair safe. But it's just a bit too. It just was a bit too dramery for me. And
sounds like a lot for a novella.
It was a lot more YA than I was anticipating. Is probably the problem with it for me.
Yeah, it seems a lot to get to grips with a novella.
Oh yeah, it is a little bit, and the writing style isn't exactly me either. But that's fine. That happens. It's just one of them, isn't it? Really. Right, where's my collection thing? I promise I know how to use my Kindle, just not very well apparently.
I'm gonna buy a new Kindle when I get paid. We're getting an extra bit of wage this month.
Are you? Oh, that's good.
I work for the local authority. They do this every year. So when everyone else gets a wage rise in April, they debate for 7 or 8 months.
Of course they do.
As to whether or not they're going to give you a wage rise and what type of wage rise they give you. And then around November, December time, they're then like, yes, we'll give you this wage rise and we'll backdate it to April, rather than doing what normal companies would do and just give you the wage rise in April. But they do this every single year, apparently. And
but doesn't that mean that you get taxed more?
Probably. I don't freaking know, but this is my first time working for the local authority, so but they do this. My mum's worked for the council for a few years. She said they do it every year. The debate
So
every year from like April. Yeah. So December this year, we're getting an extra bit of money. I won't get the full amount because we only started there in August, but I still get a bit of an extra wage. So
yeah. Well, we were having the discussion in the office because we're a small business. There are 7 of us in our office. We were having the discussion of when we wanted to get paid, because we usually get paid on the final Friday of the month. But there was a discussion whether we wanted to bring it forward to the 22nd. And me and my manager were like, no, let's get paid on the 29th, because although I'm skint now, it means that I won't be skint in January. At least I'll have a normal January, so I won't be struggling as much. I mean, I've got a chunk of money out of my savings just in case, because we're going to France later this month. So it's just in case money, but we're not going partying anytime soon, so we should be all right. So I was like, well, I'd rather get paid on the 29th and have a normal January than have, oh yeah, I've got extra money the week that, like, a couple of days before Christmas when I'm not going to spend it anyways, and then just go, oh well, we can just do a week's worth of takeout when we get home, because that's not good, and then I'll be broke in January. Don't need that.
Oh, what date do you go to France?
18th.
Ah, right, okay, that's fine. You should get your present on the Saturday then before you go.
Mm-hmm. I need to organise presents for everyone else because I haven't done that yet. I've done my family; they're all sorted. For everyone else, not so much. Right. Either Death Rider, because you've read that one, or Starbinder by Mark Timoney because I recognise the author name. He's written something.
I'd
Blood
say
of
Death Rider first because it's a very quick read, and then I need you to feedback as if what. What?
What?
I need you to feedback at the end to let me know if you had the same issues that I did.
Oh, issues. Love issues.
Yeah.
Cool. That'll be my next one then. So I'm gonna finish House and then read that. What are you reading in this sprint?
Gonna read continuing Dust and Lightning because Ames is intriguing me.
Yes.
I need to know what like the different eye colour, different hair. What the sir?
Yeah,
Sir.
I don't feel like that really played a big part in the whole story, other than it just makes him look more recognizable, but less recognizable if he flips his hair around. I don't know. But the rest of it was good. I enjoyed the rest of it.
Right.
Right, let's do another sprint. I probably should set up my light behind my computer because it's getting a little bit dark.
We don't. All right. I'll see you in 45 minutes.
You in 45 minutes.
All right.
Go.
Meow.
Yeah. I finished it.
Yeah.
House, that is. And I started Death Riders. So technically, my ongoing TBR has not changed, but we're moving with it. We will keep plodding away at it because it's going to change. I'm promising myself this.
Why have you not? You're not taking. Did you not have a House in the Cerulean Sea on your TBR?
Yeah, so because I finished that and now I've finished Death Rider, until I finish Death Rider, technically it hasn't changed.
Ah, right, okay. So new, right? So Death Rider. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
Math.
That makes sense.
Yes.
I'm now at 50%, and
Yeah.
I'm enjoying it.
But
I just want more. I feel like because I'm enjoying it, I'm gonna want to know more of the story.
yeah.
So it's gonna be, and so like for instance, when I read Manticore Park, like I did want more of the story, but it was cute in its little wrapped up like separate mini story. But with this, it's like this sounds like the start of a novel.
Yeah, I will say that it didn't feel very novella-y to me. They did squish a lot into what it actually is.
I feel like if you're gonna do a novella, this is a strange thing to do as a novella.
Yeah.
Because it's like an adventure in it, like
Yeah.
set up a full adventure in a little novella. Novellas to me are kind of like maybe side stories or bits of like isolated setting situations where you know it just adds to a novel. And you can read it separately, and you know it'll just be like its own isolated little thing or like a prequel thing.
Yeah.
But this seems like it's the start of like an epic adventure, but I know that it's not. It's like I've got 50% of the book left.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't, it's good writing, it's good characters, and I'm really intrigued about the characters, but I'm going to be left wanting more than I am, but not in a good way because it feels like maybe the novella should have been an introduction to Ames before this. This should be the start of a novel. The introduction to Ames should be before this, so that the introduction to the characters should be the novella, and then this story should be like the start of a novel. That makes
Yes. No, that does make sense, and I do agree. I think from what I remember, it ends in a way that made me want to read a book of it, but it's fine on its own. Because I think this is one of the longer novellas that we've got.
Right. Okay.
I can't remember how many pages it actually is. Let me check. Dust and lightning. Not that I can spell lightning, apparently.
Lightning.
Well, it says it's 124 pages. Maybe it's not one of the longer ones, but it felt like one of the longer ones when I was reading it compared to the other ones that I've read. If that makes any sort of sense. I'm not sure if it does.
Just a bit. I'm really enjoying it, but I know that I'm gonna want more. And it's really yeah. I know that that's the whole point of a novella is to give you a taste, a sprinkling, a smattering of like the type of writing. But if you're gonna give me this, give me a novel that I can jump straight into. Like
no, I get that.
She's stressing me out, Rebecca. I need to find out if she's actually got any novels related to this that's due out or what, because I'm going to be annoyed if not.
I'm going to be annoyed.
Rebecca!
You're making me mad.
Oh, God, she's written a lot of books.
Has she?
Yeah, quite a few. None that I've heard of, but...
Oh, don't you start yawning, I will start yawning.
21 books she's written.
Wow.
I don't know if they're all just like her or if she's co-authored some.
Not sure actually.
But
Haven't done that
21
much of
books.
a deep dive, I've got to be honest.
Hmm?
Haven't done that much of a deep dive, if I'm honest. Probably should have.
I love it how she puts in the near future.
What
No, 4054 is not the near future, my love. It's 2,000 years away.
2,000 years? It's been 2,000 years.
Yeah, oh my god. Oh, sorry, I'm making you yawn. Like, I'm
That's right, I
yawning.
put my lamp on because it's getting a bit dark, innit?
Do you know when you've just got cozy and I'm just like, it doesn't look like I'm cozy because I'm hunched over like this, but because I'm like, now that I've acclimatized to the warmth of the hoodie, and I'm just like reading my little book. I really should be wearing my glasses, but I was surprised that I've lost them again.
I'm acclimatizing. This is me getting cozy. I'm acclimatizing.
Oh, that reminds me of that thing like, I no longer wish to adult. You will find
Yeah.
me my cozy burrito.
I now wish to be a burrito. That's literally how I feel. I don't want to adult. I don't want to pay bills. I don't want to do that stuff. I want to go back to when I was a small child at Christmas and I didn't worry about getting anyone else presents. Yes, that's selfish, but it's true.
Thing is,
And
I
the only
like
thing I'm
gifting
worried
people
about is that
things.
Santa sees me as a good child.
I like gifting people things. I like seeing people open gifts that I give them.
Oh, I do.
Um,
I really do. I absolutely do. But
don't want the stress of buying them. Just
yeah.
have an assistant purchase them and send them for me.
Oh yeah.
I
If I could
will.
have, I'd love an assistant.
Like, here's
Oh,
some ideas for my friends. Here's a list of what you need to get for my friends. I will go off and do my thing, and you can purchase and post out these things.
yes.
Um,
That'd be
other
great.
than
If
the ones
someone
I'm making, obviously.
well, yeah. But
But I'm enjoying making them.
I think it's just because recently, like, I also like it when people know what they want. But
Oh, I know.
it's
I
part of
know.
it. So I don't think anyone will see this who knows Jack's dad. But we've got Jack's dad pretty much the same Christmas present for the past 4 years because that's all he needs / wants. And I'm like, that's great, but none of it's like very exciting. Like I know he's not going to open it and go, oh my gosh, I've always wanted this, you know. And
But
it's
if
that
I,
excitement that I miss.
yeah, no, like with me, like my mum this year, she's actually read the Thursday Murder Club.
Yeah,
I think my sister actually got it for a couple of years ago when it actually came out. We're on book 4 now, I think, in that series.
but she's sending
But
me.
but she read book 1 and like really enjoyed it, so she asked for book 2 and 3 for a birthday. But she
Yeah,
saw that when I go over and I take a hardback with me, I take my book bestie jackets, not the
yeah,
sleeves, the jackets, and I
yeah.
read inside the jackets. So she's actually asked for one of those for Christmas. So she sent me a couple of designs she likes, and she also wants like a medium-sized hairdryer. I don't know how I'm gonna find a medium-sized one, but a medium-sized hairdryer that she could fit into a drawer. She has all the
Right.
appliances in a drawer. Because she's one of those people that actually puts things away.
I don't know that life. Ours sits on the floor in
Could
the
never be
room next door.
exactly. Could never, and then I stand on it and break it, and I'm like, oh fuck, I need a new hairdryer.
Mhm.
But yeah, like she wants someone that she can fit in a drawer. And I'm like, right, okay, that's fine. So I can get that on Friday when I get paid. Whereas
Mm.
my dad, he has this thing like he knows what he wants, but then he'll go out and buy it. And then he's bought himself he buys himself jumpers and shirts all the time, and he's like, "Oh, just send me the money because you bought me this for my birthday, my Christmas." So I said to him like this year, like if I'm buying it, like I'm wrapping it. Like I'm
Yeah,
not like last year I don't think I wrapped it because he just decided to start wearing it. But he'll do this thing where like he just buys things randomly and that he wants. I'm
yeah,
like, well, that could have waited till Christmas. That could have waited till your birthday. Like, if you
yeah.
want that, like, a new set of headphones, like, that's a perfect present idea. So
Yeah.
I got them off Groupon, they were cheap, and I'm like, not the frigging point that. It's
Well,
just before
yeah,
Christmas.
that's true. Like, I have a rule in this house, and Jack says he doesn't abide by it. But the good thing about Jack is that he just doesn't have the spare money to do it. So from October, because Jack is at the end of October, his birthday, he's not allowed to buy himself anything. If he wants, like, if he needs it, if he needs food, like, he can buy that. But if he wants something like headphones or trousers or whatever, he's not allowed to buy it because his birthday, and then it goes into Christmas. So he's not allowed to buy anything. And that's just how it works in this house. I'm like, you're not allowed to buy anything. I'm like, I don't really buy apart from my book pre-orders, I'm the same. I don't buy anything from like the start of September, just in case. Not that Jack will get me anything of which that I would buy myself, because somehow Jack finds the things that I will love, but I would never buy myself, like my Lego set that I got for my birthday.
I think my sister bought me a special edition once, and it was like the the Psalm of Storms and Silence, which ended up like DNFing and then unhauling. So I'm like, but
it's always fun.
Like, I don't like asking my parents or family to buy me special editions because they don't really understand spending that amount of money on a book. So like with Becca, like when her mum and dad buy her special editions, her mum's a book lover as well, so she understands it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like she gets like the amount that you spend on special editions. So
Yeah.
I think it's great that she can have that. But if I said to my mum like, "Oh, can you buy me this special edition or these special editions for Christmas?" She'd be like, "Why are you spending that on a book?" She doesn't understand, and I just can't bother explaining. So
Yeah.
I'll just save the money to buy my own special editions. Then I'll ask them to buy me other things. Like I got excited because I was like, I make smoothies in the morning a lot of the time for my breakfast, and I got like a hand blender. But because I've used this so much now, it starts going like when I think I've used it a bit too much. So I put a blender on my Christmas present list as well as like a wireless keyboard set with a mouse, and that got me excited. I'm like, oh, I could get a blender or a wireless keyboard. I'm like, how adult is that? Like, I'm getting excited because I might get a blender for my Christmas.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, it's like I asked for that Novel Companions planner. God knows if anyone's actually bought it for me. But I asked my granddad for it originally, and when I rocked up at his house, because I try and see him more than once a year, but I usually see him when my mum's here, and we went down and we saw him, and he like got my presents out, and I was like, "What have you bought? Like, I haven't asked for anything." He's got well, it says Chelsea and Jack on it, but the box is like this big. Oh, what the heck is in that? I'm pretty sure he's got me a massive bar of chocolate because he got it out and he was like, "You know what this is?" And I was like, "I've got no bloody clue what that is." He's saying that's probably food. And then he got us some little things as well, and I'm like, "I've got no idea what any of this is. I've got no idea." My mum was like, "You can bring it with you to France." I went, "Yeah, but what happens if he's like snuck? Because you're not allowed to take like cheese and stuff across the border because France now see us as a third world country since Brexit. So you're not allowed to take fresh produce across because we can contaminate France, which hasn't changed, but I get it. So what happens if like he snuck cheese in there and I try and take it across and they take it off me? I don't even know what's in the box. If they turn around to me, you know what is like at the airport? Have you packed your own vehicle? No, actually. Well, I've packed it, but I couldn't tell you what's in the boxes because they're presents. But I haven't wrapped them. I think they'd be like, "Yeah, we need to check them." But it's Christmas.
It's Christmas. No, whenever we used to go to Scotland to see family, when we were younger, they'd take the presents up that we like we'd take their presents up, but they would buy presents for us and leave them there, if that makes sense. So we wouldn't have to, so they'd do that, and then we'd bring them back down, so we wouldn't have to, we knew what would packed sort of thing. But as like when we go to my sister's house, you used to be that like I would get the presents left there, but I think as we've got older, she's like, I'll go up and watch my nephews open their presents and get all excited. Well, my youngest nephew will get all excited about what he gets, because Mason still doesn't really understand Christmas. He just knows it's very busy. And yeah, and yeah, and then I'll just go down and open mine. But I still have this tradition of like me and my friend Ed have an early Christmas. So next
Nice.
weekend is our early Christmas because he goes
Mm,
back to Liverpool for Christmas and I'll go to see my family.
mm.
So we have like a proper Christmas meal with like all the trimmings that he makes on.
Oh, that's
So
so
I get
nice.
like 2 Christmas dinners, which is like the best. And he
Mhm.
puts like loads of stuff in it. And then we do our Christmas exchange then. And then I go to my parents' house and I'll always open one present from my friends, like on Christmas Eve, because I'm just
Yeah.
impatient and I'll leave the rest of Christmas
Cool.
Day.
No,
I'm just
that's
like,
fair. I mean, me and my mate from uni, we usually do like a Christmas meal and a gift exchange, but because we're going to France and she's a paramedic, we're both
ooh,
very busy in the run up to Christmas. So I think we're going to do ours just after Christmas, like around the 29th or something. And this year we were like, so what? And I said to her, "What do you want?" And she's like, "Well, what do you want?" I was like, "Well, I don't know what I want." She went, "Well, I don't know what I want." I was like, "Right, you know the boo basket thing that everyone was doing?" She went, "Yeah." I was like, "Well, do you want to like put a limit of 30 quid on and we just make them for each other? I don't know what we put in them, but see what happens." And she went, "Okay." So that's what we're doing.
boo basket.
Did you not see them all on like
No.
Instagram and stuff? So I would not spend the amount of money that some people were doing, but like they were doing like baskets around Halloween and they're filling them with like sweets. It was mainly in America, sweets,
Uh,
like a cozy blanket and a candle and slippers, like stuff for autumn, fall, or whatever you want to call it. And
oh.
then it was just like a really nice thing of things. Like it's just a box of bits, essentially, as my as my mum likes to call them. And it's just like things you need or things that you kind of use more for self care in the colder months. So you could put like face masks in, or a blanket, or some PJs, or
Oh.
socks. So we've got a limit of 30 quid. So I've got part of it, and the reason I pushed it to 30 quid was because of the specific thing that I bought her already. And then yeah, I've got the rest of it to go and spend, and I need to go to Sainsbury's tomorrow, anyways, and then maybe I'll go to B&M and some stuff and see if I can find some fun things.
Was it last year or year before? Ed didn't know what to get me for my birthday or
Mm.
Christmas. I can't remember when it was. I think it was my birthday. But he knows I love white chocolate, so he just bought me a box of white chocolate, like all the different types. He had a
Mm.
Kinder, Milky Bar, like all different types of white chocolate, and he just put it in a box. He was like, "There you go," and I got a pushy little cushion thing.
Well, there you go.
I was like, I'm happy. Like white chocolate is my fave. Like Lindt white chocolate or Milky Bar white chocolate. I don't like Dairy Milk white chocolate, but Kinder Bueno white
Milky
Lindt white.
Bar is where it's at.
Yeah, Milky Bar is like the best white chocolate. But the Lindt, I can't get enough of those Lindt balls. Like, you know what I mean?
I do. So that's like so my granddad always buys me an advent calendar every year. I'm like, and I get very excited about it because my mum's like, you're almost 30. I'm like, yeah, and like he still buys me an advent calendar, you don't. And we went into the Lindt shop at the outlet centre in Swindon, and they did fill your own. So you basically took the tray out and put 24 of, obviously they've got like a picking station and they have all the different flavours, and you can fill your own advent calendar. So advent calendar, I don't know how that just came out. So if you just wanted like, I don't know, all hazelnut or whatever, you could do that essentially. So I made one for Jack because I hadn't got one for Jack, and I filled it full of like hazelnutty chocolate and stuff that I can't have because I've got allergies. And then obviously mine was like all the other fun flavors. But I like doing that because then one, you don't have all the just boring chocolate, because sometimes advent calendar chocolate is boring because it's just the
Mm,
same. Or you get the ones where you're like, I don't really want this.
yeah.
So you could do that next year. You could find a Lindt shop and just fill an advent calendar full of the white chocolate ones.
Oh my
That was
god.
where that tangent was going.
I knew where it was going as well.
It was
I
an
think
endpoint.
I've around that. I'm like, yeah, I know this is going. Yeah, no, I think I might do that actually. But like the boxes are just so expensive. Like for some reason, Like the white chocolate, especially like in Sainsbury's where I get mine, like it's always more expensive. You can get like a big bag of share bag of Maltesers for like £1, but a share
Mm.
bag of white my Milky Bar chocolate is like £3. I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
why? Why?
Before I
Why is
go to
my
the
favorite
other, I'm
chocolate?
pretty sure those like it was a pricier advent calendar. Obviously, usually
Yeah,
you get the ones that are like a fiver. But I think it was like 12 quid for
well, that's not
24.
bad. That's not bad.
And I've got loads. I've got like I haven't had one yet, but there's champagne ones in there. The Irish whiskey one I had, that was nice. I got a toffee popcorn one in there somewhere.
There's like a little like end of there's something at the end of an aisle in this one of the Sainsbury's that I go to, where it's
Mm.
like a lint picking station where
Yeah, it's like that in the
you
outlet.
can just get the truffles to put in a bag, and there's like 8 for like however many
Mm.
pounds it is, I don't know.
Many
But
pounds.
yeah, many pounds for Lindt chocolate. But when you're eating it, you're like, oh my god, this is so worth it. But then you're like, why have we just spent this much on chocolate?
No, I get that.
On chocolate, there's like ends up being like 15 pieces of chocolate in a box, and I think currently the boxes of the balls for the white ones is
Mm.
like £5 or £6 for a box of them, and you get
You don't get
less
many.
than 20 in them, I think. And I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
why did I do this? It's a
Why do
lot
you
of
like
work.
expensive chocolate? Why are you so bougie?
I don't know, but white chocolate is just the best. The best, the best, the best.
Best, the best, the best.
Yeah, yeah. I can't stop yawning now.
Would you like to go to bed?
No, I need to go and do my best to my friends. He needs to text when he's on his way. I can't speak.
What?
When he's on when he's on his way back from Liverpool, um, he's coming to pick me up as he passes my flat. So I'm gonna go to his tonight, and then I'll be back tomorrow afternoon ish, and then afternoon ish, and I can do some editing and scheduling and um
Scheduling.
scheduling for Bookmas, and then I also need to have a chat with Liv because she's a massive K-pop fan, so we're gonna have a bit of a chat, and she's gonna update me on all the K-pop stuff.
As she will. Fair enough.
Great.
Oh, so shall we call it here then?
Yeah,
5.5 hours, my first sprint, that's pretty solid.
I know. Well done,
I
you. We should do it more often when you've got time.
finished a book and a DNF book, and I started a new book, so I'm getting there. I would like
I
to carry on reading now because Jack's out until God knows when, but I might try and film now. I mean, it's a bit dark, but I have got a light, so
yeah.
light in
I
the
think I'm
dark.
gonna finish this novella and
Yeah.
probably try and finish my other one. I moved on to this without finishing it in the Lab of Love, but I'm not really feeling it, so I probably won't.
Maybe just DNF it.
Um, yeah. And then I'll move on to one of the other ones I've got. I want to read Canaceus. Um, it's do you know like, he wrote Panacea or Panacea. He has like a what's his name?
I don't know.
What's his
I
name?
do not know.
Alex Robbins. Like
No, I don't.
there
I'm
you
just
go.
about.
There you go.
Oh yeah. Okay, cool. I think.
Is yeah, that looks more like a battley one.
Battley one.
A battley one. Because Panacea is the novel, or Panacea, I don't know how you say it. Is the novel. I think this is a prequel novella to that series.
Okay.
So we'll see. We shall see. Right. Fun
Okay.
time.
We shall end this live here then. Thank you to everyone who's joined us. It's been fun.
Oh, you must have it. It's been great talking to you.
It has. I can't do an Irish accent. I'm not even going to try. Not even going to try. That would just embarrass me. Embarrass all the Irish people ever.
All of the Irish people.
The Irish. All of them. Yeah. They just disown me when they don't even include me. I don't know.
Oh, it's been lovely. Lovely.
Thanks for joining me and teaching me how to do
Welcome.
this because I had no bloody clue.
You're welcome, my love.
Hopefully we'll do some more. That'll be fun.
It will be fun, won't it?
It will be fun, yeah. Right. Thank you very much to everyone who's joined us. We'll see you soon.
See you soon. Peace out. Peace out. Peace out. Peace out. Peace out.
Peace out, duck face.
Peace out, right? Duck face.